Extra innings and some Brandon Barnes magic brought Houston into rarefied air against the Rockies. But pitching and defense were the usual suspects in a gritty Astros win. The lesson is simple. If you want more of this, then more of this is needed. It's always the weekend at the ballpark, and you never know what might happen. So grab another hot dog. Astros baseball starts now. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Today is the finale of this homestand. It's the Astros versus the Colorado Rockies. Good afternoon, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The Astros can finish with a 4-4 record on this homestand if they win this one today and capture a 2-game sweep of the Rockies. Ash
did a nice job yesterday hanging in and battling throughout extra innings. Bud Norris outstanding as a starting pitcher. It was one of those days that I thought was a great team victory.
Really was. True grit was displayed by the pitching staff, and then clutch hitting late in the game and good defensive play as well.
Well, absolutely. It was all of that. And again, it starts with Bud Norris. You get that good starting pitching, you've got a chance to win. Bud had a chance to have this game get away from him. The Rockies had a lot of base runners early. Bud was able to battle out. The bullpen then came in for the final 5 innings of the ballgame, shutting the Rockies down. A good offensive club, solid defense, and some great defense by Marwin Gonzalez. One of the big keys in yesterday's ballgame. What an arm he displayed, and then this fine play getting a force out at second base. So you combine the fine pitching, the defense, you give yourself a shot to have a hero in extra innings. That was Brandon Barnes, shooting one just out of the reach of Michael Kadire. As Cedeno scores, the Astros win it, and watch the elevation. That is nice stuff in the celebration.
Very happy moment for the Astros ball club, their first walk-off win of the year, but just a few hours to savor it. And now back out to try to win another one with Jordan Lyles going today.
And Jordan Lyles has been really good his last 2 starts, Brownie. 11 innings over that span, just a couple of earned runs against him. What my eye is seeing with Jordan Lyles is a guy who's becoming more of a true pitcher, using all of his assortment of pitches, using them in any count. He can throw the changeup, curve, slider, along with a well-spotted fastball, keeping it down. Jordan Lyles has improved a great deal in numerous areas. And one thing you can see showing improvement in recent years, the off-speed pitch coming through. This year, opponent's batting average 152 against his off-speed pitches. So I think, and again, from my eye, that's what I'm seeing Jordan Lyles just stepping up, becoming kind of that complete pitcher now.
Coming up next, Bud Norris continues to be nothing but outstanding here at Minute Maid Park. True Bud showing his colors yesterday, and Layla Rahimi will talk with Bud in just a moment.
On Comcast Sportsnet as we get you ready for first pitch between Game 2 of the Astros and the Rockies here from Minute Maid Park, joined by yesterday's starter Bud Norris. And Bud, it seems like your start and maybe all the pitching performances got a little bit lost when it came to the excitement of Brandon Barnes' walk-off. And as one of the veterans on this team, what did you think when you saw what he did?
I mean, we're all in the clubhouse. You know, it was a close game. We battled for 12 innings, and for Barney to come up with a big hit was pretty awesome. Our first walk of the year, which is always nice. We go out there and play, and Barney's been through a lot. We all know his track record, his career, and excited for us and excited for him.
The emotion that you guys had to be able to rally around him, especially as a guy who came up through this organization, 9 years with this team. What kind of story is that, and how can it inspire this team?
It's pretty special. You know, anytime that you play down there for as long as you did and get up here and have some glory days and have a walk-off win, it's pretty exciting stuff. So it all cherishes, we all cherish it, very close to heart. That's what brings the clubhouse even tighter day in and day out, and we're all there pulling for each other.
And to hold Colorado, this lineup, to just 2 runs as a team, what does that mean to you as a starting pitcher and also to the bullpen who helped out?
Obviously it's a momentum thing. They're definitely going to build off of that and know going forward that it's not going to be an easy task. They got a great lineup. We definitely held them at bay yesterday for a good 12 innings. It's hard to do considering the way they swing the bats, but Lyle's got to go out there and do the same thing tonight.
And then how does a win like that catapult you guys for today and propel you for the next few weeks?
Especially going on the road, you definitely want to get some wins on your belt at home, as we were supposed to win a lot of ball games, but we've been playing good baseball. We understand that. We just want to keep it going, focus on the day and the task at hand today, which is obviously beating these guys again and then getting on the road and going and win some more games.
And if you don't say it best, your shirt does. It is about the process. But Norris, thank you for the time.
Thanks for that.
We'll get you ready for first pitch. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby on the call from here at Minute Maid Park when Astros baseball returns on Comcast Sports.
Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. Beautiful shot of downtown Houston, where it's back to work today after Memorial Day. And back to the ballpark for one more game on this homestand. The Astros have won 3 and lost 4. They will head for Colorado for 2 games there. And then a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim before returning here for a very brief 3-game homestand against Baltimore. Here's the starting lineup for Walt Weiss's Rockies. Dexter Fowler's the center fielder and the leadoff man. It's Nolan Arenado at third base. Carlos Gonzalez in left field. Troy Tulowitzki, the cleanup man, in shortstop. Michael Kadires in right field with Todd Helton at first base. Willeen Rosario is the DH. Yorvit Torrealba, the catcher. DJ LeMahieu at second base.
22-year-old right-hander Jordan Lyles goes to the mound for the Astros. 2-1 on the year, 5.40 the ERA. He's pitched very well his last 2 starts. We were talking about it. 2 earned runs allowed over 11 innings in that span, starting to become that all-around pitcher using all of the pitches in the repertoire.
Fastball foul back by Dexter Fowler. Strike 1 to a 279 hitting Fowler. With 8 homers, 18 runs batted in. Fowler was hitting second yesterday, and he was on base 3 times with a single and 2 walks. Off to the excellent start. And that pitch right into the target set by Carlos Corporan for strike 2, Ash.
The reaction on that pitch was as if it was a changeup, but at 92 miles an hour, that would be rather exceptional.
It's a J.R. Richard type changeup there. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Jordan Lyles, who, as Ash mentioned, was so good last time out against Kansas City in a 3-1 win, giving up 1 run in 6 innings. Had everything working through 101 pitches. That one bounces, and it's a 2-2 count on Fowler. High-powered Rocky offense, leading the National League in runs scored with 246. Leads the league as well in slugging and total bases, but held to 2 runs on 13 hits yesterday. Left 15 men on base. Foul back. Very frustrating game for the Rockies offensively, and a very well-pitched game for the Astros, who made a lot of those pitches with men in scoring position. So Walt Weiss, the '88 American League Rookie of the Year with Oakland, has a club with a 27-24 record after that loss. That one spun him around after going low and away. Maybe the Astros thought that Fowler was creeping out there looking for that location again.
That was the classic definition body-wise of diving out over the plate. See that upper body just starting to hang and lean over the plate.
And ball 4, Fowler's aboard.
For the Astros defensively this afternoon, Carlos Corporan gets the nod behind the plate around the infield right to left. Chris Carter at first, Jose Altuve, Ronnie Cedeno, and Matt Dominguez in the outfield. Brandon Barnes, after starring yesterday, gets the start in center field. He's flanked by Jimmy Paredes in right and JD Martinez, who had a long afternoon yesterday against these Rockies.
Nolan Arenado, a rookie with a 243 average, has gone deep 4 times with 11 runs batted in. Fouls that one, strike 1 for Arenado, a big part of the Rockies' future. They drafted him in the 2nd round in '09. He's from Newport Beach, California. First year in the major leagues. He was at AA Tulsa last season. He just turned 22 in April. And Lyles is that same age. These 2 guys could be facing each other in interleague play for many years to come. 1-1. Now, we think that the Rockies have been designated the natural rivals for the Astros in interleague play. Is that your assumption, Ash?
Well, as long as you're going to throw it out there, I've got to agree, don't I?
So then that would mean maybe a lot of Lyles and Arenado matchups.
There you go.
There's a shot off the leg of Lyles and trickles out behind first base. And here first to third goes Fowler as Carter runs it down in right field. Arenado hit a bullet off Lyles, and the Astros did not get a favorable ricochet.
Yeah, that's a rocket, and you could really see Chris Carter dig in to go get this baseball. One of the times that maybe the few times you really see the sense of urgency, but that shot hitting right off the heel, it appeared, of Jordan Lyles. Kicks into shallow right field. Look at Chris dig in. Sometimes they kick to an infielder, sometimes they don't. This one, in kicking away from Carter, enables 2 bases for Fowler.
And that sets it up for Carlos Gonzalez now as Carter holds the runner at first. Arenado. Gonzalez is among the league leaders in the National League in many departments. He leads in total bases and in runs scored. 313, 13 homers puts him in the top 5 of the majors. He's driven in 33. Gonzalez drove in a run yesterday. He was 3 for 6 in that game. That moves him back, and it's ball 1 for Lyles. Lyles has made 3 appearances against the Rockies in his career with an 0-1 record and an 8.53 earned run average. One of those a start. In the dirt, and Carlos Corporan corrals it. It's 2 balls, no strikes now to Cargo.
Cargo is a rather impressive player. Put the ball right on the barrel of the bat a few times yesterday.
That's ball 3, and it's 3 balls, no strikes for Lyles.
Changeup is getting away from Jordan here to start the ball game. It was one of the balls that was hit hard yesterday. One of the kids wanted to claim that as a home run. It dunks one in for a base hit. This was the impressive one against the left-hander, and he's been doing it all season, hitting well over 400 against lefties.
3 balls, 1 strike to Cargo. Gonzalez, 27 years old, from Maracaibo, Venezuela. Came up through the organization of Arizona and traded to Oakland and then Colorado in 08. Swings at that one to make it 3-2.
Not the prescribed method to go after a hitter like Carlos Gonzalez, fall behind 3-0 and have to throw heaters by him.
No, that's challenging a guy who's very strong in hitting fastballs. And he puts that one out of play. Still a full count. So as the Rockies and Astros change the scenery and meet in a 2-game series starting tomorrow night at Coors Field in Denver. That will be Eric Bedard and Tyler Chatwood in that matchup right here. And Thursday, another night game finds Lucas Harrell taking the mound against Juan Nicasio.
It's got to be a bit daunting for an Eric Bedard, a guy who gives up a lot of fly balls.
Swing and a miss, and Lyles struck him out. He went right after Cargo.
He did that, and he threw a couple of fastballs right over that bat. Very impressive. Trying to do what Bud Norris did in the 4th inning yesterday. He got, was that the 4th inning? Let me see. About that 3rd inning, bases loaded, and then suddenly Bud able to buzz through that lineup.
Yep, bases loaded, nobody out, and he got out of it. Now Troy Tulowitzki, again, eye-popping stats: 323, 10 homers, 39 runs batted in. Now this triumvirate of Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, and Kadire, very tough to get out. Pop-up foul. So if Lyles can negotiate his way through this minefield, that is quite a turnaround after a walk and a single to start the inning. Now, these 3 guys are among the real thumpers in the major leagues in the early going. Tulowitzki, 28 years old, and this is a big-time rebound year for him after having left groin surgery last year, being limited to 181 at bats. Ground ball behind the bag at third, diving stop. Dominguez, long throw to first base. Safe at first, and the run scores to make it 1-0. Well, Tulowitzki will get his 40th run batted in. And Fowler scores with Arenado taking second to make it 1-0 Rockies.
We've talked plenty about Dominguez at third base. Defensively, he has some exceptional skills and almost comes up with highway robbery right here. Great diving effort, gets to his feet, and then a good strong throw on the money. Tulowitzki deemed to have beaten this. A very close play. Bang bang. You can see that range that Dominguez flashes time and time again.
Tulowitzki's hit safely in 17 of his last 18 against the Astros. He makes it 1-0, and it's Michael Kadire batting. 321, 8 homers, 29 runs batted in, and a 991 OPS for Kadire. Kadire looks at ball 1.
See how close this play is at first base. Boy, that's
really close.
That is really in that bang bang range.
Pitch was a strike. Now it's hit in the air, and the second baseman Altuve tracks it out to shallow right center field, and now moving over to his left, further on out into right field. He handles it for the second out. Now, Jimmy Paredes wasn't all that close to that one, so Altuve just kept on drifting. Jimmy was very deep. That's where he normally plays, way back by the warning track. So Altuve Showed his range on out number 2.
I'd have to say, when that's all said and done, that wasn't an easy play at all for Altuve.
No.
Watch him go back to the plate. Now you start trying to adjust. The feet come into play, and that's the big key. Get those feet working.
Well, you can see Jimmy there pulling up, and maybe because of that collision these two had in Pittsburgh. Todd Helton, the batter now. And Helton, who did not get the start yesterday, is a part-time player now for the Rockies in his final year with them. He'll turn 40 in August. 225, 3 homers, 16 runs batted in. For the man who leads the Rockies all-time categories, he is the leader in many of those. Home runs, doubles, runs batted in, games played, at bats, runs scored, hits. He's on the top of the Rockies all-time list. Now Doug Brocail comes out. But back to that play on the pop-up. Altuve just kept going out with it, and that's the way the infielders are schooled to do. If they do not hear an outfielder calling for it behind them, they just keep pursuing it as far as they can.
It's exactly like a catcher has on a pop fly that starts drifting up either line or toward the mound. You stay on it, you don't call it, and then if somebody from the other side, infielders in this case, calls, then you're off. But Altuve, just when you hear silence, it's yours.
Yeah, silence is not always golden on that rule, but you know, I thought Paredes would be closer to the ball than he was. Elton takes a look at it. It's ball 1, and Jimmy might be a little shy about it because of that collision they had. But
I would think so.
Yeah, he broke it down early, so I think ideally that would be his ball, but no harm done.
Yeah, I think that there will be a strong tendency to shy off.
Well, when it costs you a ball game on a collision, that will create some thoughts.
When it happens twice in what, 1 week, and Jimmy took a lot of heat about it, and I think in the long run it's probably mentally going to affect him. Can he ever be that aggressive guy that comes in and calls guys off?
Very good point. And they'll just have to work it out through playing more games. It's 2 balls and no strikes, but to me, and not to really belabor this point, but if an outfielder is going to play that deep, he must get going quickly and move in on those fly balls in front of him.
Yeah, and I love to see the outfielder that's aggressive, calls off the infielders, lets them hear it, and takes the play.
Smash to Carter on the 25th pitch of the inning. Helton is retired. It's 1 run, it's 2 hits, it's 2 men left. And Cargo struck out with runners at the corners, but then Tulowitzki delivers. Card against Jorge De La Rosa. It's Brandon Barnes in center field. Jose Altuve at second base. Carlos Corporan catcher batting third. J.D. Martinez left field. Chris Carter first base. Carlos Pena DH. Jimmy Paredes right field. Matt Dominguez third base. Ronnie Cedeno shortstop.
32-year-old left-hander Jorge De La Rosa goes to the mound. He's been successful for the Rockies this year. 6-3, 3.40 the ERA. Keep in mind he's pitching in Coors Field half of his games. He had lost a couple of straight starts back in late April, but since then has won 4 in a row. In that process, beating the Yankees, Cardinals, Giants, and Diamondbacks. So pretty impressive stuff. Behind the left-hander this afternoon for the Rockies defensively. Behind the plate, Yorvit Torrealba, the veteran, around the infield. Another veteran and a good one. Todd Helton at first. DJ LeMahieu at second. Troy Tulowitzki and Nolan Arredondo on the left side. In the outfield, Dexter Fowler in center, flanked by Michael Kadire, who came up just shy on that last play of the game yesterday, and Carlos Gonzalez in left.
Brandon Barnes had quite a day yesterday. His first major league walk-off hit ended the game in the 12th inning with a double to right field. That was his 10th run batted in. He begins today at .323 with 2 homers and a .405 on base average for Barnes. A memorable Memorial Day for Brandon, who began the day behind the plate, catching that ceremonial first pitch thrown by the World War II veteran. And that was a long battle. 12 innings, 4 hours 21 minutes yesterday. De La Rosa brings it. 4 strike 1. So Barnes gets a start, and the Astros have been resting some of the guys in the outfield. Now Robbie Grossman, who was a starter yesterday and had been playing a lot for the last month, has been sent to AAA Oklahoma City. After the game, Robbie Grossman got that news. 1 ball, 1 strike, because Bo Porter and Jeff Luhnow want another pitcher on the staff for the games in Colorado, the next 2 games. And that pitcher is Brad Peacock, who's been called up from AAA Oklahoma City for this game. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. You mentioned that great run De La Rosa's been on in the month of May. The excellent teams he's beaten. Last time out in the win over Arizona, he went 5 1/3, gave up 1 run. So he's won 4 starts in a row in May with a 2.31 ERA in those games.
Quite effective. Winning record doesn't always tell you a great story about a guy, but I think in this case it probably does.
Arenado over for a foul ball. Good play there.
By the way, that top of the first inning, I thought rather impressive for Jordan Lyles to be able to get out of the inning, allowing just 1 run, just like Bud Norris, by the way, did yesterday, enabling eventually his ball club to come back and win in 12.
That can mean a world of difference in winning a ball game. First inning is quite often troublesome for starting pitchers.
Give up that run in the first inning, you can feel like, oh no, here we go again. Or you can buckle it up real tight and get it going.
Punched on a line to right field. Michael Kadire will catch this one for Barnes, unlike the end of the game play yesterday. And it's out number 1 for the 32-year-old left-hander Jorge De La Rosa. De La Rosa has been in Arizona organization to begin his career. Then he went to Boston, back to Arizona, Milwaukee, Kansas City. Colorado got him in a trade in April of '08 for pitcher Ramon Ramirez. He has turned out well for this Rocky organization. In his career, he's won 60 and lost 54. Jose Altuve at .311 has a couple of homers. He's driven in 21, 2 for 5 yesterday. Smash, and Arenado, the third baseman, sort of did a recoil on that one after the pickup. He had plenty of time for the throw. We're out number 2.
Jose Altuve can sting the baseball, and he does it time and time again. Check out this play. Yeah, that's sometimes people say the ball caught you, but pretty well played.
It was on him in a flash. Altuve hitting it into out number 2, but with solid contact. Now Carlos Corporan. .310 for Carlos. 3 homers, 8 runs batted in. De La Rosa's from Monterrey, Mexico. He won 16 games for the '09 Rockies. Had surgery in the 2011 season.
How about Carlos Corporan earning a chance to not only get a number of starts now behind the dish, but to bat in the 3 spot in the batting order?
Yeah.
And I would just say he's earned it.
Especially on this right-handed side of the plate. Jason Castro's been on a major roll for the last few weeks. So here's the combination of the 2. Very good numbers.
Well, that 284 figure for Jason Castro just doesn't even speak to the way he's been hitting the baseball. But what a turnaround here in recent games.
That's in for a strike, and it's 2-1. Castro now has a .475 slugging percentage.
In a 3-game span, 3 of his starts, he went from .238 to .283. 10 hits in that span.
And you saw the combination of the catcher's numbers there a moment ago. How about slugging percentages to add to those numbers? Castro .475, Corcoran .517 in the slugging department. Good cut there, and he fouls it for a 3-ball 2-strike count with J.D. Martinez on deck.
I think the only thing you can try to sell to Jason Castro for not playing on a given day is, look, we're trying to keep you somewhat fresh for the remainder of the long haul.
Even though Corcoran hasn't hit for his high and average right-handed, he's hit all 3 of his home runs from this side. And smacks one. Oh. There's a play to the left of Tulowitzki.
Wow.
Oh, a couple of hard hit balls on the infield make it a 1-2-3 first for De La Rosa and a 1-0 lead for the Rockies.
Sportsnet, Rockies up 1-0 in the top of the second, and you never know what you might win, but here's how you can try. Just watch Sportsnet Central every night in May at 10 o'clock or after the game to learn our word of the night. Then log on to csnhouston.com for a chance to win cash, prizes, and more. Play Words on CSN every night in May. And Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, and talking about Jordan Lyles. I talked to Jordan yesterday before the game, and he said that the reason he had his best start of the year, that against Kansas City where he threw 101 pitches and pitched 6 innings, only allowed 1 earned run. He said it was because Jason Castro and Carlos Corcoran had helped him mix his pitches so well. He said they got into a groove, and he credits his catchers entirely with how he was able to progress. And it really started for him pretty much in the second inning of his start against Pittsburgh, the one before, but definitely appreciative of the guys behind the mask.
And he was absolutely marvelous last time. Now, after giving up 1 in the first inning today, Wilin Rosario fouls back his first pitch in the second inning. And strike 1 to a .277 hitter. 9 homers, 27 runs batted in for Rosario. Yesterday he did the catching. And in that game he had 2 hits and spent the day on his knees with a lot of balls in the dirt from his pitching staff. So he gets the rest in terms of catching rest to DH today.
My reaction to Layla's comments are, well, that's great. And if you have a pair of catchers you can trust and have them bring you along to success, that's wonderful.
In the air and back in center field is Brandon Barnes. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. And you know, you talk about the catchers working with the young pitchers. Jordan Lyles is 22 years old, so he can certainly benefit from that expertise that Castro and Corcoran can bring. and just from the way they observe things at the other end of the pitch. Ash.
Yeah, the butt was coming. It's wonderful that you have those guys that you can rely on and they can help you like that. But what I would like to see is that maturation to the point where Jordan Lyles says, I know what I want. I know what needs to get done now to succeed at this level, and go out there and like the veteran pitcher, get the pitch that you're looking for. You always hope to run into that situation with a catcher where you get in sync. It's a wonderful groove and not a rut. And I see in Jordan Lyles stuff that looks like it can and should succeed at this level. I'd love to see him lock into what he wants to and needs to do.
Yorvit Torrealba has a 1-1 count. He's hit safely in 6 of his 12 starts this year. Veteran backup catcher. He was with the Rockies earlier in his career from 06 through 09. And last year Torrealba played for 3 major league teams: Texas, Toronto, and Milwaukee. He has played for 7 clubs in his career. He got that one in on him and he put it in the air to left field. J.D. Martinez takes care of out number 2. And sometimes that can be a sign, these 2 fly balls, that the fastball is lively for Jordan Lyles.
He certainly threw some fastballs right by the bat of Carlos Gonzalez in the first inning. That's a rather impressive list, especially when you see Larry Dierker at the top of it. Not going to catch Dirk, but it's worth noting.
Well, Larry started sooner. He made his debut on his 18th birthday, so he got here quicker than Jordan Lyles.
Was he ready?
Well, he was actually.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. Age doesn't always tell the story.
Good point. LeMahieu takes that pitch for a strike, and it's 0-2 to a .333 hitter with 3 runs batted in. Larry Dierker's here today, and beginning his new assignment with the Astros, special assistant to Reed Ryan, president of business operations. And Larry just got back from vacation. He had some vacations planned before he made this agreement with the Astros, but they're going to talk during the game today about what he'll be doing for the rest of the summer. Foul ball, and that keeps the count at 1-2 on LeMahieu. Mayhew came in off the bench yesterday, struck out in the 10th inning after Jonathan Herrera was the starter at second base. On the ground to third, Matt Dominguez right there to turn it into out number 3. 1-0 Rockies after 1.5.
But we'll take it anyway. Welcome back to Astros baseball. Second inning, Colorado leading 1-0. And some of you watching this game right now don't have CSN in your own home. If your TV provider doesn't carry CSN yet, call them and tell them you want CSN so you can have the very best coverage of your Astros. This is your network, Astros fans, and you deserve it. To get the facts, go to iwantcsnhouston.com. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, back to you.
Thanks, Layla. You got the Gatorade shower after the game yesterday with Brandon Barnes. That was fun to watch.
That was more fun to watch for you than I think it was to deal with the temperature for me.
Yeah, that's a shocker.
Oh,
Bit chilly?
That's the most shocking part about it. That and then the stinging of the eyes.
Oh, yeah.
But a good thing to be a part of for sure.
Yeah. J.D. Martinez looks at ball one. He had a rough day yesterday. 5 punch outs, 0 for 5. 240, 5 homers, 18 runs batted in, but it's a brand new day.
I'm hoping to see a little more of that celebration with Layla yesterday. I didn't get enough of that.
Okay. Well, you know, she was telling me that chivalry is not dead. 1 ball, 1 strike. And she had some players who were giving her assistance and giving her warning that it was about to happen.
Didn't work out all that well when it was all said and done, did it?
It was partially operator error on my part.
I see.
I didn't realize what they needed, assuming why would a player need my attention when their teammate has just hit a walk-off double to win the game.
Layla, it's what they call reaction time. Either you have it or you don't. You can't develop it.
Oh, okay.
There's a reason I'm not playing sports.
Line shot into left, and a brand new day brings a single for J.D. Martinez. He becomes the first Houston base runner. Well, tell us more, Layla.
Well, it was funny because I saw Marwin Gonzalez in the dugout as I was lining up Brandon Barnes in front of the camera that we use, and Marwin kept waving. And I assumed that Marwin was waving to get Brandon's attention. Marwin was not waving to get Brandon's attention. Marwin was waving to let me know that the Gatorade shower was coming out of right field, and I didn't miss it in time. And I thought to myself, why in the world would Marwin Gonzalez need my attention? And the guys told me in the clubhouse, being great teammates to me as well, that that's what they were trying to do, and clearly I missed the signal.
Very nice. Chris Carter takes ball 1. Carter at 219.
Got to be nice to feel a part of the team, I would imagine.
Yep.
Oh, courteous for sure. I mean, that's all you can ask for. And if I didn't get out of the way in time, but it was a great thing to be a part of nonetheless.
Who was the perpetrator of the Gatorade jug? Did you see?
Okay, so I know one, but I don't know who the other one was. I may need some help on the replay. It was Carlos Corporon for part of one, and he was on the right side, but I don't know who was on the left, because all I saw on the left was a wall of ice and lemon lime coming at me.
Carlos looked to be the toter of the jug from the little clip I saw.
It sounds like we may need some breakdown.
This comes under the category of analysis.
Do we have a telestrator?
I think that's a good little scenario for the postgame show.
Where is John Madden when you need him?
2 balls and a strike for Chris Carter, who sat out yesterday's game. He had a sac fly Sunday against Oakland, leads the club in homers. And he's tied for the RBI lead with 24. To the left side, and there's Arenado going to second, and LeMahieu relaying to first for a double play. Layla?
Well, guys, I know we wanted to see a little bit more of that unfortunate celebration. It was fortunate, I'm just joking, but it's also our Geico quote of the game.
Okay.
Brandon Barnes, this caps off what has been so far a great year for you. You get on with this organization to give this team their first walk-off win this year. What does that feeling mean to you?
Oh my God, it's a drink.
Ronnie Cedeno. It was Ronnie Cedeno.
We figured it out. No wonder he had such a big smile on his face.
Yeah.
That's going to be a disgust.
You bet. Don't let him hide in the weeds on you.
I don't know how it turned out this way, but he looked like he was drier than you when it was all said and done.
It's always how it goes.
There's ball 1 to Carlos Pena. 235, 3 homers, 12 runs batted in. So it was the 2 guys with the shaved heads teaming up against Brandon Barnes and you, Layla.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. My hair did smell like lemon lime for a while. I'm not even kidding.
Well, a little moment of levity is certainly welcome after a game like that. 1 ball and 1 strike, and it had been months Since the Astros got to do that on the field here at home on a walk-off.
Keep in mind, a lot of the ladies are paying for that lemon lime scent.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's that bad. And the funniest part is, as I'm talking to you guys, a sea just flies by.
Okay.
Good times.
Yeah. 2 balls and a strike. Well, we've enjoyed having you with us on this homestand.
Appreciated the time, gentlemen, for sure. Glad to be back in this role. Thank you.
And Julia Morales, the word is, has returned from Japan. Ash, have you seen her?
Have not seen her, but I hear she is or was in the ballpark and may have left us for a moment. She's going to be on the flight today.
Very good.
So she is, I would imagine, loaded for bear with stories from Japan.
Well, she was a story in Japan. Her picture was in the paper.
Wow. What did she do now?
We'll have to reveal that at a later time. 3 balls and a strike.
Do I need to ask what section of the newspaper?
Well, she may have appeared at a Japanese baseball game or 2 while there. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So maybe she attempted to take up the reporter's role in English on Japanese TV.
Big fun.
Carlos Pena trying to get something going at 3-2 with 2 outs here after a leadoff single by Martinez in the inning. And he does. He draws a walk. He's good at that. That's 28 of those this year. Has a 344 on base average. He's aboard for Jimmy Paredes. De La Rosa's walked 21 now in 57 innings. Paredes at 232 with a homer, has driven in 7. Jimmy went 1 for 5 yesterday. Jimmy got a 7th inning single in that game. So the outfield commitment to Jimmy continues. JD Martinez playing a lot, but now in center field it'll be different with Robbie Grossman no longer here. There goes Pena, and it's fouled straight back. Strike 1. Bob Davidson is the umpire there at second.
Bach and Bob.
Maybe Carlos was asking him why he didn't call a balk on that.
With all the Jimmy references, I thought we were listening to a Seinfeld episode there for a moment. Little inside, sorry.
Matt Dominguez on deck. In the dirt, and it's a 1-ball 1-strike count on Jimmy Paredes. And this outfield situation now could be interesting to watch, especially in center field. Grossman is headed back for Oklahoma City. Bo Porter will take a look today at Brandon Barnes. He started Trevor Crowe in center field the last couple of games. So it'll be interesting to see where that goes. Runner going again, and here's the throw, and the tag gets Pena to end the 2nd inning for Houston as LeMahieu put it on the runner. Pena for a 2-4 caught stealing. No runs, a hit, nobody left. A little shower from yesterday. 1-0 Rockies.
Clean up, aisle 7. Clean up.
The series after today's game, the Astros head to Colorado and Anaheim for a 6-game road trip. On June 4th, the Astros come home for a series with the Baltimore Orioles. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to get your tickets right now.
Enjoying a bite to eat as Jordan Lyles goes out to work the 3rd inning. It's 1-0 Rockies. Breaking ball stays up for Dexter Fowler. Ball 1. Fowler led off the game with a walk, and he scored on the Tulowitzki hit. Crowded by that pitch. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. Fowler came out of the chute with home runs early this season. That happened last year when he hit 10 in the first half of the year, 3 in the second half. 3 balls, no strikes.
Wow. 3rd inning, 1-0 lead for the Rockies and a 3-0 swing by their leadoff hitter.
Infield is shifted around. He draws a walk again. 26 walk Fowler has drawn this year. That's the 11th of 27 innings for Lyles.
That was not a good play in the 1st inning. Ploy is what I was thinking, and can't see it as a good ploy here to start the 3rd.
Now Fowler's 8 for 10 in base stealing. Arenado got a hit off Lyles' heel out into right field in the 1st inning to send Fowler to 3rd. Arenado kind of flinched on that one at strike 1. Arenado started the year at Colorado Springs, and he was leading the PCL in doubles with 11 in 18 games. He was hitting .364, 3 homers, 21 runs batted in. He was the Rockies' #1 prospect prior to this season, as rated by Baseball America. Foul back, and it's 0-2. And the Rockies really have emphasized homegrown pitchers, especially because it's been difficult for them down through the years to sign free agent pitchers who did not want to pitch at mile-high altitude. Slowly to shortstop. There's a shovel, and the 1 out is all they get as Cedeno gets it to Altuve.
And now our pitch by pitch presented by Steel Dealers. We look back to the 1st inning. Carlos Gonzalez, excellent left-hand hitter at the plate. Lyles tries to come in, tries to change speeds, just starts missing, and then very close. But then with a 3-0 count, able to come with heater, breaking ball, and heater, and throw it right on by to pick up the strikeout. Jordan Lyles' stuff would certainly appear to be good when he can do that with Carlos Gonzalez.
Now 2nd time around, Cargo has a runner at 1st. And that's ball 1 for Jordan Lyles to make it strike 1. Sometimes you have to wait a little bit longer with Tim McClellan. He pauses a beat before putting up that right hand.
And then wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. Very deliberate in telling us. He's probably calling it verbally, so the players know right away. In tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Rockies will have the 3rd pick in the upcoming draft in June. Throw goes over to first base. You know, they tried the different strategy with their starting pitchers last year. We were mentioning that yesterday during the game, limiting the starting pitchers to 75 pitches. They've gone away from that this year at the major league level anyway. But they are reporting that in effectiveness it was about the same in terms of the numbers when the pitchers were limited to 75 per outing, as it had been when they were not limited.
No, it's just what, 2-3 years ago when Nolan Ryan with the Texas Rangers said the opposite. He wanted his pitchers to go deeper into ball games.
Yeah. Looping liner into right center field. Barnes comes in to play it. Here's Arenado going 1st to 3rd, and the throw is not in time to get him. He went in hard on his backside on the single by Gonzalez.
We have seen Brandon Barnes make some good throws and get some outs. One at home, one at third base recently. This is an excellent throw. And the reason it's excellent is he keeps it right down where the shortstop Cedeno has the option to cut it. And watch him bluff as he lets the ball go through. That keeps the runner at first base. Nobody can move up. Just excellent work from center field.
So even though he did not get the lead runner, Arenado, Gonzalez did not advance to second. So no harm done, and it's 1-0 Rockies with runners at the corners and one out for Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki with the infield hit to Matt Dominguez, who made that diving stop to his right and then almost got Troy at first base. The word is the Rockies are looking strongly at Chris Bryant of San Diego, the college player, with that 3rd overall pick in the draft.
They're not looking to trade up in the war room, huh?
Well, you know, that's the thing that's been advocated by some for a while now. Why can't baseball teams trade draft choices? But they can't. They can't trade until a few months after the players are actually drafted. So they can't trade picks. They can trade players. There's strike one to Tulowitzki. And I think the reason is that, unlike in other sports, the powers that be in Major League Baseball have always been worried about teams being overly dominant, that the powerful teams will trade for those top picks and hoard them and become even stronger. Who knows whether that would happen or not.
Just makes the coverage on that draft program so much less interesting.
True. No balls, 2 strikes to Troy Tulowitzki. Well, back when the Rockies were on the clock with him, they picked a beauty of a first rounder. And he has turned out exceptionally well. He was the 7th player drafted in the 05 draft. He's risen up pretty high on several of the all-time offensive categories of the Rockies. In tight to him for a ball. 1-2. From what we're hearing yesterday, we were talking with some of the Rockies broadcasters. He's really making sure that he does not overextend himself after that left groin surgery last year. There will be times when he doesn't run quite as hard as he might be able to, just kind of making sure that he stays healthy this season.
Yeah, they kind of backed it up by saying even when he has a ground ball in the infield that might result in a base hit, he still has to take it easy. A lot of times you'll see guys that appear to be cruising when it's not their own base hit, but then when they hit that ground ball and they sniff a base hit, suddenly they can run like the wind.
But when you've been through a year like the one he went through, limiting him to 181 at bats, it's understandable that, as important as he is to this Rockies team, he would want to make sure he's healthy as much as possible this year. Had 3 really outstanding years in a row until having the injury problem last year. It's 3-2. The Rockies currently are 2.5 games out of the lead in the NL West. Arizona is the first place team at 30-22. Walt Weiss's club is 27-24. And in between them, the Giants. The Giants are 1.5 back. And the Giants are squaring off with the Oakland Athletics in head-to-head play in interleague, with the 2-game series in each location this week. That's an interesting series to watch. Today it's Atlanta 6, Toronto 6. They're in Toronto. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning. And that's the only other game underway so far. It's a long trip between Atlanta and Toronto that they'll be making after the game today to go to Atlanta.
Natural rivalry.
Runner goes from first, fly ball left field. J.D. Martinez coming in. And here's the over-the-shoulder catch by Cedeno. And the tag. Arenado to the plate. Here's the tag by Corcoran. And they double him off. Tremendous play by Ronnie Cedeno in left center field. Over-the-shoulder catch. Arenado tag. came home, and he was thrown out on the tag by Corcoran. Terrific play. And he gets up slowly. It's no runs ahead and a man left as Cedeno makes the big one to keep it at 1-0 Colorado.
This throw beats the runner. Let's see if, as the foot gets on the plate, it's tough for me to tell. Carlos Corcoran was unable to keep the runner off of home plate. That's Nolan Arenado. Let's see what this looks like from this angle. There's the attempt at the block, and the tag kind of reaches. I think they got him, but the foot did get into the plate.
Tim McClellan gave it the out call, and it's a double play from 6-2, started by Ronnie Cedeno, who made that fine catch on the Tulowitzki pop-up. Now the Astros trailing 1-0. Lead off with Jimmy Paredes. He was at the plate when Carlos Pena was thrown out trying to steal to end the Astros' second inning. And that's ball one to Jimmy.
Now, Jordan Lyles is doing a nice job statistically, allowing just one run through the 3 innings, but not helping his cause to get deep in the ballgame with that pitch count.
Paredes looks at it. It's 2 balls, no strikes to Jimmy now. In that Braves Blue Jays game, it's 6-6 as we mentioned. Top of the 8th now in Toronto. Brian McCann hit his 5th homer. Jordan Schaefer number 2. Evan Gattis number 12 for Atlanta. And for Toronto, Jose Bautista, Joey Bats warming it up. He hit his 12th.
He is warming up. He's hitting almost 300 now, which is not a long ways from where he started the year. 12 dingers. When he gets hot with that home run bat, he can put a bunch on the board.
Yeah, he's like a lot of those home run hitters who go off on a jag, and it gets really interesting. 3-0 pitch is in for a strike for De La Rosa. Paul Maholm started for the Braves. He gave up 5 runs in 6 innings. Brendan Morrow started for Toronto. He gave up 4 runs, 2 earned in 2 innings.
Had to leave with a sore arm.
It's a shot out into center field. Fowler tracks it. Fowler runs it down, but a well hit ball by Paredes.
Dexter Fowler is quite a glider in center field, and he can cover the ground.
Matt Dominguez has had a very good month of May with 7 home runs this month. He has a .246 average, and he has driven in 24, so he's tied with Chris Carter for the club lead in runs batted in, despite the fact that Dominguez bats 8th. Big curve in for strike 1.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and what Matt Dominguez has done, he's done in good part here recently, swinging that home run bat.
Took a look at it. It was ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 7 homers for Matt in his last 14 games. Ronnie Cedeno's on deck. Broken bat. It goes to Helton. Helton with the toss to De La Rosa. 2 outs.
MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV. Baseball everywhere.
Cedeno backs away before stepping up at 297. Reed Ryan there with Craig Biggio talking some baseball. Craig's son Kevin Biggio, St. Thomas High School, should be going pretty high in the upcoming draft. Kevin's an infielder. Curveball is in for strike 1 to Cedeno. 297 for Ronnie. 1 homer, 9 runs batted in. Marwin Gonzalez had an excellent game as the starting shortstop yesterday. Cedeno came in to pinch run, scored the game winner. It's 1-1. And Craig Biggio coached the St. Thomas Eagles for the last several years. His older son Connor went from St. Thomas to Notre Dame, and Cavan as of now is headed for Notre Dame.
That's some rather high-priced coaching.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They've had a few players drafted after attending St. Thomas in recent years. Cole Stewart is somebody to watch too in this draft.
Yeah, I bet some of the kids are awfully anxious to jump into that program with Craig Biggio involved.
Yeah. Ground ball in the hole, and the third baseman Arenado takes extra time. Too much time. Yeah. He dawdled, and that cost him. Cedeno beats it out for an infield hit, but Arenado just simply did not get rid of that baseball in time.
Kind of looked like picnic time down there at third base, and the ball wasn't hit sharply to begin with, and he stayed back on it and then took the extra time as if, well, I'll go ahead and air this out and get him anyway, but didn't work out that way. Let's take a look at our Xmo, brought to you by Gulf States Toyota. And really breaks it down where you can see it easily. Cedeno made this one pretty easy to see on his side.
He did. He's aboard with the infield hit number 2 for the Astros. Brandon Barnes the batter. Barnes hit the fly ball to right, hit it pretty well on a line in the first inning, and the throw is not too good. Over to Todd Helton. Cedeno is 1 for 1 in base stealing. Cole Porter had Carlos Pena on the move in the second inning. He was thrown out trying to steal. Rockies have allowed 22 steals in 34 attempts now. Back to De La Rosa to end the third inning. No runs, a hit, and a man left. And we have Craig Biggio the human and Craig Biggio the statue here today.
Astros trailing the Colorado Rockies 1-0. And Brandon Barnes certainly has a flair for the drama. His walk-off double was something that fired the entire team up, gave the Astros their first walk-off win of the year yesterday. And Barnes has waited 9 years for this opportunity. He started with the club in 2005, and he certainly knows how to be a part of some big plays so far. In fact, he started with Pittsburgh and Detroit with a couple of outfield assists, guys, and did a great job there. That wasn't the only thing he did either. Bo Porter complimented his nose for the dramatic, I think is how he put it.
Well, he has that football approach, as you know, that hard-nosed mentality to baseball. Plays the game very hard. And with a lot of intensity and passion, and you could see all that after the game in that celebration. And then he had some fun. 1 and 2, but when he goes after fly ball, it's a mission, Layla. He's on a mission. He's just determined not to let that ball drop.
And you know, it's funny. We talked to Barnes before the game today, and he says he's gotten 30 texts, as many calls, and I asked him about this opportunity because he has spent a long time with the club.
The liner out into left center field. Michael Kadire hustles around first, and here's Barnes with a throw into second, a double by Kadire. Go ahead, Layla.
But he gets called up this year and has totally made the most of it. And he says he's just having a good time and just truly appreciating what he's been able to be a part of.
Well, this is a little bit of what he's been a part of. That great catch to end the victory in Detroit, a throw to the plate. That was a dazzling throw. He picks up another assist on a throw that he kind of launched to third base, but got the out nonetheless against the A's, and then the big victory hit yesterday. So he hasn't played a whole lot, but when he has played, he's been quite effective, and his teammates love him.
Trevor Crowe told me, he said somehow you just kind of get those special baseball premonitions, and he said that he just knew when he was up there. He goes, something tells me Brandon Barnes is going to walk us off.
A great time for everybody in that clubhouse. Strike one to Todd Helton. Helton with a ground out his first time up. Kadire has doubled. That's hit number 4 for the Rockies, their first for extra bases. It's a 1 ball 1 strike count. Yesterday the Rockies scored a run in the first, another in the top of the 4th. That one was on a squeeze bunt. They led 2-0. Bud Norris was having to hang in there, and the Rockies stranded 5 in the first 3 innings. Ash talked about that bases loaded, nobody out challenge for Bud in the 3rd. He put up a 0 there. And this game has something of a similar feel to that. Yesterday, Jolie Chassin retired the first 10 Astros. Astros have a couple singles in this game. One was followed by a double play ball. They got caught stealing an infield hit from Cedeno. So not a whole lot going, and Jordan Lyles is trying to do what Bud Norris did yesterday and keep this game close.
Jordan's getting his outs when he needs them, but he's struggling throwing strikes, and it's costing him 62 pitches now, still trying to get that first out in the 4th inning.
And there are what baseball people call stressful innings. And those are innings like this one. Leadoff double, guys working from the stretch, having to get tough outs on accomplished hitters to keep the game close.
Jordan Lyles never looks flustered on the hill in the games that I've watched him. He just looks like he locks in.
Very composed, isn't he? Popped up. Here's Matt Dominguez going over. The runner's going to tag, so Cedeno's got to get to third, but it's foul. So it's all academic. But Kadire went back to tag, and that meant somebody had to cover third, and that was Cedeno, and he was going to be there if Dominguez had made that catch. Starts this season for Lyles. That one against Texas really has caused a resurgence. The last 2 starts after the shelling against Texas have been very good. And that will sometimes cause a player to change his approach if he feels it's justified at that point, Ash.
Yeah, when there's that need that kind of jumps in front of you, most guys will react to it. What we heard is that Jordan Lyles really went with his catchers in those games. And again, I'll say that that's great as long as he's learning with it, learning to control his own destiny in a ball game.
Elton takes a walk. That's walk number 3 for Lyles. First and second, nobody out for Rosario now. Helton has not done a whole lot of damage so far this year, but it's such respect for what he's done down through the years. Now Rosario hit a fly ball to center in the second inning, and that walk could be relatively harmless depending on what happens here. He gets a right-handed hitter to the plate against Lyles, puts him into a double play situation, but Rosario has some pop. He has 9 homers, 27 runs batted in. This one's dribbled out to third. Dominguez, it's off his leg. Yeah, Corcoran was pointing to first base, but there's the limping Rosario.
See if we get a peek and see if this is acting, good acting. Yeah, it does get a piece of that lead shoe. I don't know that hurt as much as the endeavor we're seeing right there. That might be part of the sell job.
They look genuine.
I did a couple of those where there was no contact whatsoever, and never heard from the Academy folks, but I thought it was qualifying.
Well, you've seen some bad acting down through the years, haven't you?
I've provided plenty.
Ground ball foul. 0-2. Can you does a movie come to mind to you where the acting was just absolutely atrocious? I mean, the worst acting you've seen.
Oh dear. Yeah. Thanks for the nice easy lead-in question there.
Maybe some of those early westerns.
Well, there's probably some. I can hardly remember the name of a movie I saw last week. I hate to admit that.
Well, you and Catherine did see a movie last week, in fact.
We did, and right now I can't even think of what it was. Proving my point. I tend to let movies go in and out real quickly. What did we see? Tell me, please.
It wasn't Liberace.
No, it was not.
Is that out yet?
I thought it was.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now the Michael Douglas was just from the trailers. He did a pretty good acting job on Liberace.
Yeah, I can't respond with that one for bad acting.
Okay.
It just shows how important movies are to me, apparently.
Well, some of the sci-fi movies. That's
no.
No?
Well, no, not a whole lot of that.
Oh. Star
Wars and all that sort of thing. Once upon a time.
Those were classics.
Oh, of course. I have nothing to add to the conversation right now.
It's a jam shot, foul back, still 0-2.
I'm disappointed you can't tell me what movie I saw last week.
Well, I was trying to think of it. You did mention it to me.
Yeah, I did.
One nothing here with runners at first and second and nobody out in the top of the fourth. In the dirt, good stop by Corp. It's 1-2. How about, well, Derek Jeter had some good acting a few years ago.
How so?
Didn't he? He got the umpire to call something his way when he was a batter. Woo. Inside.
Is that one of those pitches off the hand kind of things?
I think it was, and it didn't really hit him. 2 balls, 2 strikes, but usually the umpires go off the hitter's reaction on those calls, don't they?
Well, they do use that as the sound is a big part, and of course sound doesn't tell you if it was hand or bat or arm or whatever, but then the reaction.
Line drive to left field. That's a hit in front of J.D. Martinez. He comes up and will fake a throw, now get it back in, and the bases are loaded with nobody out on the single by Rosario. Kadire stopped at third, Helton to second. Rosario is aboard for Torrealba now.
Now, I don't know how this came about, but I just got a text from Jim Deshaies that all it says is William Bendix in the Babe.
Oh, that
and
was...
I've used that as a line many times for outfielders stumbling around, but apparently Jim Deshaies is listening in to his old partner Bill Brown right now.
Well,
trying to help me out, but you know, there's no help for me. JD?
That was some bad acting, though. Now, if JD could just provide the name of the movie that you saw last week, we would be complete.
Yeah, it's.
Or Victoria Alba with a foul ball strike. Yeah, William Bendix in the Bay.
That telepathy thing is not working right now.
You know, it's fine. He had the body style down. That's fine, but that's not acting.
No?
No, that's not acting.
Well, I thought that part of acting was getting yourself in shape to look exactly like the guy you're acting to be.
That's part of it. That's part of it. There's a little more to it than that. In the dirt.
I thought that was part of the method acting thing.
One ball, one strike. Well, you know, no, JD was going to bail us out because he knows his movies, right?
Yeah. I just wish he could help me a little more than William Bendix in the Bay.
Bases loaded, nobody out. That's what Bud Norris had yesterday and got out of it. It was a swing and a miss and an off-speed pitch. 1-2. That might be one key as Lyles faces the number 8 hitter with LeMahieu on deck. Last triple play for the Astros was in August of '04.
Kind of a hanger right there, gets away with it. Throw that breaking ball when you're struggling throwing strikes, and you can slip that by a lot of times.
As Mike Shannon would say, they're set up for a triple play. Smash foul.
How many times has he been right with that through the years?
He was one time. He called it. Right after he said it, they turned 3. Morgan Ensberg started that last triple play, playing third base. He, of course, had anticipated what he was going to do if the ball had been hit to him or to his right, and it worked. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes to Torrealba. Rockies have 5 hits. They also have 3 walks in this game. I asked Walt Weiss to rank that play he made against the Astros in the playoffs with the Braves back in the late '90s at the Astrodome. Swing and a miss, and curveball gets a strikeout. That's big for Thornton Lyles.
Big first down. Now you just simply go with the double play to get out of the inning. Log on to csnhouston.com and click on In-Game Live to enhance your Astros experience via computer, smartphone, or tablet. Get in-depth stats and join the social buzz. In-Game Live only on csnhouston.com.
Well, Walt Weiss smiled about that play, and he said, "Oh, sure, I remember it." And I said, "Where would you rank it?" And he smiled and he said, "Well, that's probably my top play, considering it was a playoff game." LeMahieu, the batter, and a time is called. And we were talking about that play yesterday.
Yeah.
It was a phenomenal effort, a diving play, and then he got up, and he didn't get all the way up. He got about halfway up and threw to the plate. Just an amazing play on a couple of counts. One was the diving pickup, and the other was the throw. And he remembered that it was Tony Eusebio who hit it, and Ken Caminetti was thrown out at the plate. And he said, "You know, the ball was really behind me when I caught it. Just a hot ground ball to his left."
I mentioned yesterday, I don't remember the play like you do. There's your double play grounder.
Altuve, Cedeno, and Carter. Bases loaded, nobody out, and no score for the Rockies for the 2nd straight game. And they lead it, but they lead it only 1-0.
on Comcast Sportsnet. Colorado leading Houston 1-0, and we want to tell you about your chance to get your Orbit Bobble Belly. Saturday, June 15th, the Astros take on the Chicago White Sox at 6:15. Be sure to get to Minute Maid Park early, as 10,000 fans will receive an Orbit Bobble Belly courtesy of Coca-Cola. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS to get your tickets now. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Layla. Bottom of the 4th inning after that big turnaround. Bases loaded, nobody out. A strikeout of Torrealba, a double play ball hit by LeMahieu. And now the Astros still trail 1-0 as they come up against De La Rosa in the bottom of the 4th inning. And this game very much is taking on the feel of yesterday's contest. There's strike 1 to Jose Altuve, who grounded to third on a smash to third base back in the 1st inning. Carlos Corcoran on deck. JD Martinez due up third here in the Astros 4th.
By the way, the answer to your question about what movie I saw, it was simple. I don't know why it wouldn't come to me. Mud.
Mud, okay.
Yeah.
Is that starring Mark Grant?
Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, Matthew
McConaughey. What's his name?
McConaughey.
Yeah.
Well, Mark Grant, we call him Mud, but he's one of the Padres broadcasters, so it wouldn't be starring him.
Yeah, that's right.
Mud, okay. Oh, that hurt. Ouch. Hit by the 0-2 pitch.
Got a smile on his face. That's a good sign. I don't know if his body's smiling right now.
No. Thigh area, maybe? Let's see.
Ooh, is that right on the knee?
Looked like it might have been on or above.
Wow. Thank goodness he's smiling.
Right kneecap.
Wow. That could have been bad.
That's just bone. Now Altuve, he'd probably love to steal a base after that, but good luck with that. Carlos Corcoran, the batter, he grounded out to shortstop.
Let that notion breathe for a second.
And it's ball 1. So Mud, how was it? What's your review?
Yeah, it was kind of dark, and when it was all said and done, pretty good movie, I guess.
Dark and slippery and dirty.
Yeah, a little bit.
Messy.
Yeah, kind of the definition of mud.
Okay. Foul back, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, it wasn't a party in darkness, but it was a good movie.
So a different type role for Matthew?
I guess so. He did take his shirt off, so in that regard, it wasn't all that different.
Okay. Did he apply the mud then, or is that a facial treatment, or what was it?
I'm not sure. I don't even recall. They may have said why he was known as Mud, but he was kind of a slippery individual.
Okay. Seems to be a bit of a delay here for some reason. I think it's the catcher. He wanted to see signs from the bench.
This has been a hard pitch to let loose of. I love that smile, especially after taking one in the knee. All of this for no throw.
Love the Todd Helton statue there on that replay. Todd did not even flinch. You got one player diving back to the bag, and the other guy is not even twitching.
After as long as he's played, he'll probably utilize that pose at home every once in a while after he retires.
And another throw goes over. They are really working on Altuve. Looks like they're very concerned about the running game here. Paul Weissman, one of those guys, he came up with that Oakland organization. Did a lot of the little things right, like steal bases, prevent stolen bases. Started a lot of double plays. fouled away. He signed a 1-year contract with the Rockies. That's pretty unusual for a first-time major league manager.
I don't think I'd feel real comfy going into a deal like that.
Well, he's not sure he wants it after 1 year. Who knows?
That pacing, is it about the ball game or about the contract?
Frustrating game certainly for Walt and hitting coach Dante Bichette yesterday with the 15 men left on base in the 3-2 12-inning loss. 13 hits for the Rockies. Runner going, and the throw is in time to get him. LeMahieu with the tag, and Altuve is caught on a 2-6 or 2-4 play with Torrealba making the throw.
We have seen some great throws here in recent ball games against the Astros. This throw maybe a hair low, but it put the glove right down there to apply the tag. And that's exceptionally done by Torrealba. Can't do it much better.
Nope. Mayhew actually moved a little bit in front of the base. Now another hit batter. It's kind of an interesting sequence. 2 hit batters in a row for De La Rosa. He did not have one this year coming into this start.
See where this one. Oh dear. Oh man, that's just hanging in there waiting for some serious trouble.
You know it. Put himself in the line of fire on that one.
I don't even want to talk about the thought process there.
No, or whether there was one. J.D. Martinez lined a single to left field in the 2nd inning. Corcoran will be running here, Ash.
Let's hope not.
That's been the pattern. There's Paul 1. Now, if he is, we have a story.
He's checking the signs furiously.
J.D. Martinez has had his explosion this month in hits and runs batted in. But a rough day yesterday. It's a 1-ball 1-strike count. The previous pitch was a strike.
Well, Dave Tremblay's flashing them out one way or the other. Going to make this interesting.
Martinez has driven in 11 in 13 games. This fly ball is a shot to right center field. Kadire on the run. Kadire back for the bullpen wall. That one's off the wall. It kicks back to his right. And here's a stop sign at third for Corcoran as Martinez drives one for a double to right center. Hit that one about 373 feet for his 10th double of the year.
I don't know what happened with Carlos here. He's got the opportunity to go as far towards second base as he desires, and as the ball drops, still can only get to third base. And you can see him there, and yet all he can manage is third base. See Corcoran going what you call halfway. Halfway doesn't mean halfway. J.D. Martinez beats him getting into second base before Corp can get to third with that halfway move toward the bag. Wow.
Now Chris Carter's the batter. Ground ball in the hole. Arenado throws home, looping high throw over the catcher, and the Astros score. Corcoran stepping on the plate to make it 1-1. Arenado tried an impossible play, and the Astros tied the game on it.
I don't know what the youngster at third base was thinking right here, unless he believes in himself that much. But that's quite an effort, trying to turn like Tulowitzki did earlier in the ballgame, firing to first base, almost unbelievable fashion. But if he makes this play, that's highlight stuff for a long time to come. Well, he didn't need a cutoff man, I can tell you that.
No. Yeah, that would have been a play of the year if he had gotten him at home plate. But Corcoran does score the tying run. And Martinez still at second base as Carter hits the ball to the left of the third baseman, gets the run home. Still awaiting a ruling on that. But assuming an infield hit, then an RBI.
I don't know that you have to award an error on this play.
No.
Because the fielder's choice would take care of the entire scenario.
That's true. We'll wait and see what that was. Pena with a bouncer to second. Here's LeMahieu with the flip. Tulowitzki up and over. And it's a 4-6-3 double play to end the 4th inning for the Astros. They score the tying run, and it's 1-1. Near you, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. Here in downtown Houston, it's 1-1, and that play on the ball hit to the left of Nolan Arenado by Chris Carter. It was ruled a fielder's choice and an RBI for Carter. So Carter, with his 25th run batted in, takes over the club lead. Meanwhile, we see some CSN staffers enjoying the afternoon, and so it's nice that they can get out of the office on a Tuesday. And Kelly Johnson is there. Sarah Eckert is there. And we always see them working here. So it's kind of fun to see them enjoying the ball game as fans. Dexter Fowler with ball 1. He's walked twice in this game. This is not your normal game, Ash. There are some weird happenings in this one.
This is odd. No question about it. Hate to even try to delve in and try to pick up what's going on.
There's a pop-up, and here is Corcoran weaving his way back. Whoa! Off the mitt.
Well, you just said, Brownie, this is a weird game. Wow. Carlos Corcoran just dealt with a pop fly that apparently had life of its own. Usually, when you have no wind involved and in a dome, that's the scenario, ball's going to come right back toward the center field wall. So wherever you find it behind the plate, it's going to come directly back on one side or the other. It's going to move in that direction. I would assume with the error charged to Corcoran that this ball just simply moved on him more than he thought it was going to.
Yeah, he got the error. Lyles could have caught it. Dominguez could have caught it. And meanwhile, that's the error. So if Fowler gets on, it'll be because of the error. And here's the play by Dominguez, throwing from his knees, and he doesn't get on. What a play by Matt Dominguez. After the error on the pop-up, he got Fowler for out number 1 with a spectacular effort.
Have you had a routine play yet?
No, this game is nuts.
Look at this play. Diving effort from the knees, get the speedster going down the line. And that took a nice play by Chris Carter to dig it out.
Outstanding work by Matt Dominguez. Nolan Arenado's the batter. He has a single, and he's 1 for 2. That's out of play. We just got the announcement here in the press box that Jason Castro has been named the National League Player of the Week for last week.
Deservedly so. kind of reflect back, but 10 hits in 3 starts for Jason Castro. Rather impressive stuff.
He had 4 hits on Sunday against Oakland. 1 ball, 1 strike. First Astro catcher since Craig Biggio to have 3 consecutive games with 3 hits or more. And he's only the 4th major leaguer to do that this year.
Hunter Pence, the last Astro to win that Player of the Week.
Really?
2010.
And Jason had homers in 2 straight at bats Saturday against Oakland. 579 on 11 for 19. 3 homers during the week. There's a high one to left center field. JD Martinez backing.
This looks routine.
Nothing's routine in this game. 2 outs. And Carlos Gonzalez will bat.
Yeah, congratulations to Jason Castro. He had gone such a long spell early on where he hit a lot of balls sharply, got nothing for it, and suddenly it's all paying off quickly. Well, he can sting it to right, and this is the one thing I wondered about his game. If they pitch him in, can he turn it around to right field? Well, he shows right there that he's got the response, but you put it out over the plate and he'll sting it the other way.
Ball 1 to Cargo is 1 for 2.
Very deserving.
Kind of like a modern day Alan Ashby there from the left side.
That went way above and beyond.
Foul back, 1-1. Player of the week. Were you ever player of the week in the
No,
National
I don't
League?
think so. I don't think they were ever that delusional.
But you were interviewed during the playoffs for a game-winning homer by Brian Gumbel.
Brian Gumbel. Now that was kind of cool. He was, I think he had just left the Today Show. I don't recall at the time, but he was big stuff.
So you might have been his springboard to glory.
Yeah, that could have actually happened. You know, back in those days, we weren't on TV all the time. There's how you catch the pop fly. You just go ahead and get under it.
Okay.
Fall down and make a throw to second base. I don't know. I sense a long ball coming here.
Not here. I will get that other one later, as that's a strikeout for Lyles. It's number 3, and it's 1-1 in the 5th. Is brought to you by the Chipotle Chicken Club Combo. It's back for a limited time at Jack in the Box. Try one today with fries and a drink for just $4.99 plus tax. The Alan Ashby era included a game-winning long ball against the Dodgers in a playoff game.
I think that was Rick Mundy watching that thing sail hundreds and hundreds of feet out of the ballpark.
And into the pile.
That was
Walk-off
kind of fun. Denny Walling hit a home run in the next game. That was the 1981 mini playoffs against the eventual World Series winners, the Dodgers, and we won the first couple of games, went out to LA and got swept by the Dodgers as they moved on, but that was a lot of fun, and what a great crowd, a bunch of crowds we had here in Houston at that time.
Curveball to Jimmy Paredes. And Jason Castro, the latest in a line of Astros catchers to gain popularity nationally with that announcement just a moment ago. And the hugs. And Dallas Keuchel there.
Yeah, very earnestly taken right there. No smiles. Just a deserved award.
Act like you've done it before.
Yeah.
And ball back to De La Rosa. Throws at Paredes, 1 out. But he hasn't. He hasn't done it before. National League Player of the Week. Now, when you came in, you came into the dog pile at home plate there. But that was kind of a tame greeting. They didn't beat on you at that point like they do now when you hit the game-winning home run.
Yeah, very astute on your part. Yeah, they didn't crush me. Well, it was a little bit of a fun time, I think, for the guys. But that walk-off thing is always fun. You do it in the postseason, and it's just very special. But I have to say, the biggest moments I ever had were the no-hitters I was a part of, along with just simply winning in the postseason.
Ball one. You mean more so than a game-winning walk-off homer?
You know, that sounds kind of crummy. That was very big. I don't mean to minimize that at all, but well, you get that chance to play in the postseason, and the wins are so huge.
Dominguez to left field. Cargo in. 2 outs.
But I honestly got kind of just overwhelmed with the no-hit opportunities. 3 of them coming all the way to fruition, and a couple of others, 2-3 others that got very close. But you just, as a catcher, you get so wrapped into trying to make sure you do everything right for the pitcher.
So after they met you at home plate on the game-winning homer in the playoffs, did you get a Gatorade shower then?
No, not even in my interview with Brian Gumbel. Did I mention I was interviewed by Brian Gumbel at that time?
No. Who was he?
He was an up-and-comer.
Greg's brother, right?
Hey, Greg Gumbel. There you go.
Ball 1 to Cedeno. Cedeno reached on an infield hit in the 3rd. Now that was a glorious time, and congratulations to you. Now, were you Player of the Week after that?
It was a postseason. They didn't bother about weeks.
They don't
at that
do
time.
No, there are no weeks in the postseason.
Denny Walling tried to steal the show with a home run the next day to win it anyway. Wasn't walk-off style, but rather impressive nonetheless.
Denny Walling, the greatest pinch hitter in Astros history.
Boy, he was good, I want to tell you, and he could play third base too. I think well, I won't get into what I thought the greatest thing he ever said was.
Okay. Now you might have to. 2 balls.
Well, it was so classically Denny. But we were playing golf on an off day, and Denny was heard to say, "I can't believe I'm walking on my off day."
Oh, yeah. Nice. That's Denny. He was one of those guys who'd roll off the training table and win a game for you.
Oh, he could. He'd be hurting nonstop, and that lower back just always bothering him. And he could swing the bat. He'd get in there and make something happen.
And a lot of people didn't know if there was enough baling wire to keep Denny together for all those years, but he was perfect in that role. He really couldn't play every day.
Yeah, he was absolutely ideal, and his body was so muscle bound that it was hard to keep him healthy. He'll hear about this and be all over me.
Cedeno takes, and it's 2-2. How do you think Sylvester Stallone would have done at playing baseball?
Well, he was muscle bound as well. Now, he may not have been able to get through a single ball game as muscle bound as he was. But had there been any need to bury yourself in the mud and not be seen by anybody on the field until the tag was applied, then maybe he'd have been great.
A shot into left field. Ronnie Cedeno. You know, we were trying to think of bad acting earlier. That
now
might
you
qualify.
got your answer, huh?
I think we might have a candidate. We might have a candidate here. 2-out single by Cedeno. That's the 2nd time he's done that. And now it's Brandon Barnes.
We may hear from Sylvester as well.
We're hearing from whatever studio his pictures were with. Yeah. Brandon Barnes is 0 for 2. Barnes hit a fly ball to right. Grounded back to the pitcher, and he usually starts when there is a left-hander on the mound. And he takes that one, ball 1. The real question that a lot of people have about Brandon Barnes is, what could he do if he got 400 at bats?
Well, I don't think anybody can answer that right now, huh?
Nope.
I think we're all looking to see what can he do when he gets that extended opportunity to play. You know, my only reference to this point is what we've seen, and he's been good in limited opportunities, but 5 home runs on the spring. I thought, wow, this young man can really swing the bat.
Well, he's hit .382 against lefties, 13 for 34 coming into this game. Altuve on deck as the throw goes to first. Today is supposed to be the debut of Jonathan Singleton at Quad Cities. He has served his 50-game suspension, and today's supposed to be his first game. He's been in Florida at extended spring training, and now he can officially join one of those full-season clubs. And that's the plan for him to be at Quad Cities for a few games. And then it sounds like the plan is to bump him up to AA Corpus Christi for a few games, and then he may be elevated after that, depending on how things go. And Jeff Luhnow said it's going to depend on the schedule, which teams are at home, in terms of where he plays at what time.
There's a guy that toward the tail end of the spring got a few chances to play and took full advantage.
He sure did. That's a foul ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Loved what I saw from George Springer early on in the spring. I'm sure everybody who was there at that time did.
Yeah.
He looked just outstanding. Hits a couple of more home runs yesterday.
His numbers are eye-popping at Corpus Christi. Springer went 3 for 6, drove in 5 in the Corpus Christi 14-4 win over Arkansas. All the Astros minor league clubs won, in addition to the major league club yesterday. Nick Tropiano was the winner. Bobby Doran got the save. So let's see. Domingo Santana also homered. Springer with 2. He now has 15 for Corpus. He's been leading the minors. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Brandon Barnes.
Yeah, I kind of have this reaction that I don't care where a guy's playing. If he's hitting that many home runs playing professional baseball, especially AA and up, then he's probably swinging the bat very hot.
Springer has 40 runs batted in. With those 15 homers, and batting average is .301. That's strike 3, and that ends the Astros' 5th with no runs, a hit, and a man left. And after 5, it's tied 1-1.
as we go to the 6th inning, and now time for our AT&T tweet of the game. And that tweet, let's see, what did it say? I don't have that in front of me at the moment.
System sweep on Memorial Day, 5-0. The minor league teams all winning.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I should have been able to figure that out.
That's okay.
George Springer was kind of a big part of that with his couple of home runs. One of those a grand slam, and that was that shot, a towering drive that went way out. There are the figures with George Springer just tearing it up. 40 RBIs, 15 stolen bases, doing everything. Carlos Correa getting it together, hitting 284 now. So the guy is really coming through.
Ronnie Cedeno with a spin and a throw to get Troy Tulowitzki on a marvelous play to open the 6th inning. Great work by Cedeno.
Wow, we've seen some plays from shortstop in this series. And scheduled to make that debut, as you mentioned, Jonathan Singleton, and I think a lot of us involved with the ball club very anxious to see what he's able to do.
Well, he had a solid season last year, as everybody knows. So it begins for him today. That was very good work. Now Kadire looks at that one. There's strike one. Kadire doubled in the 4th inning, and he is 1 for 2 in this game. Singleton, as you see, ball 1 coming in. Singleton last year at Corpus Christi hit 284. He had 21 homers, 79 runs batted in. He scored 94 runs, 27 doubles. Listen to this, Ash. He walked 88 times.
So he's an on-base guy with power, left-handed first baseman.
21 years old.
All adds up kind of nicely.
396 on base average, 497 slugging percentage at Double-A last year. Bouncer goes foul. 1-2. He looks to be a pretty good glove man at first base as well. From what we could see in spring training, limited number of repetitions there.
Anybody at all saying how long it might take, assuming he steps in, does a real nice job, how long it might take till we see him?
No. 1-2, and you know, media meeting frequently with Jeff Luhnow. Jeff frequently will say about most players, you know, they'll be in the minors this year, or maybe a September call up for guys like Singleton. There's a smash into right field, and Kadire with a solid piece of hitting. It hits it hard into right. He's 2 for 3 now.
Everybody's talked about how well Kadire has played, and wasn't even expected to play in this series after being hit by that pitch a couple of days ago, but he's stinging it.
Now Todd Helton's the batter. Helton grounded out and he walked. The Astros have not swept a series this year. This is a 2-game series, so that gives them a chance to sweep it. Ground ball third. Dominguez to Altuve. Altuve over, and a nice scoop by Carter on the backhand side. So the glove work is dazzling for the Astros in a 7-pitch 6th inning for Jordan Lyles in a 1-1 game after 5.5.
Houston tied at 1, and it is time for our progressive fan of the game. These guys caught my eye. Jackson and Zach, who go to Texas A&M because they have personalized spring training jerseys. So congrats, you are a progressive fan of the game, and I understand you interviewed Brandon Barnes before the game too. What do you have to say?
We were in the line getting some autographs. We asked him how the hit felt last night, and he said it was just the greatest moment of his career. He was a real nice guy. He was fun to talk to.
Sounds like you two are after my job. Good, Aggies taking over. We appreciate it. Congratulations, you guys. You're progressive fans of the game. Let's send it back upstairs.
Thanks, Layla. Do they know Johnny Manziel?
That's a good question. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby want to know if you guys know Johnny Manziel.
We met him in a parking lot at a baseball game.
Of course they did, because they're that good, guys.
I thought his last name was football.
They know everybody. They know all the stars.
They also went to opening day, so they're everywhere. I like these guys.
Yeah, glad to have them with us today. Thanks, Layla. Jose Altuve just took strike one. He is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch. De La Rosa misses, and it's a 1-ball-1-strike count with the Astros trying to snap this 1-1 tie. Well, they've done everything defensively with 3 double plays in this game, and they've been dazzling with the glove work other than that drop pop-up. Now a little top ball to Arenado at third. Strong arm, 1 out. Carlos Corcoran will be next. He grounded out to short in the first, was hit by a pitch and scored the tying run in the 4th inning as he came on Carter's ground ball to third, and Corp had gone first to third on the double by J.D. Martinez to set up that game tying RBI by Carter, his 25th of the year. J.D. Martinez on deck. The Rockies have the edge in hits 6-4. And the Astros have made the only error. Colorado stranded 5. Houston has left 3. That's ball 1 from De La Rosa. De La Rosa on the road has a 4.05 ERA. And a 2-3 record. And a lot of times that's the way people judge the Rockies pitchers, what they do on the road, because they're in a very tough environment at Coors Field. But overall, they're 8th ranking ERA in the National League, 3.73. That's a liner in the right center field. Corcoran really smacked that ball well, and he is now 1 for 2. So the catchers continue to do the damage for the Astros offensively in this.
So often you see this pitch away, a guy will try to pull it, roll over, and hit a ground ball to the left side with the right-hand hitter like this. Instead, that right shoulder of Corcoran just went right to the area of the pitch, down and away, and drives it to right center. Very nicely done.
He's aboard for J.D. Martinez, who singled to left and doubled to right center. That's ball 1 to J.D. J.D. has hit 194 against lefties in 31 at bats coming into this game. Chris Carter's on deck. It's 2-0. The Astros will be traveling to Denver after this game today. They will open a brief 2-game series at Coors Field tomorrow night baseball the next couple.
I think you just may have been McClelland.
Oh yeah, I got McClelland again. It's 1-1. Sorry about that. That's a strike. We know that on a foul ball. 1-2. But there's a lot we don't know with Tim McClelland until about 2 seconds after we think we knew it.
Do not anticipate.
No. It's nothing until he calls it.
In fact, I think he may be listening in sometimes to broadcasters and going with the opposite.
How about Dutch Renner? Did you like him?
Oh man, Dutch would have that loud yell for every strike, right from pitch 1 of the ball game. And I remember in the first innings I told him numerous times, Dutch, you can't keep that up. He said, watch me. Ooh. And he'd go all day long. He could do it with the best.
Nice. It was was very emphatic. He would turn his body to the side and take a big step as he put his arm out.
Did not moonwalk. That was the only thing that came up shy for him.
It's 3-2 to J.D. Martinez. And now a decision to make about sending Carlos Corcoran, and that would be predicated on Martinez making contact, but he's done that twice in this game. So Bull Porter might be thinking about it. We'll see what he does. No time call right now. Carlos is going to reach down and adjust something. Well, now he's going to be running. You know that. He's tying his shoelace, Ash.
Well, apparently when he's not going, he doesn't keep the shoelace tied. And I think he may be tipping off his running game.
Yeah, he's running because he tied his shoes.
Seems like that would be a simple one to pick up.
He's not running, and there's a shot foul. Oh.
Thank goodness for an empty seat.
You know it. Interleague baseball. Do you like it? Not like it?
Oh, I was just waiting to ask you. A big fan? Well, you know, it's a little bit different right now because it doesn't have that feel. Everybody's playing interleague baseball right now.
Struck him out.
So in this sense, I don't have a problem. I guess my only issue is that I feel like by the end of the season, teams that get to the postseason, or at least within divisions, teams ought to have the same schedule as each other so that they all have the same road to the postseason if they get there.
And now they do.
And now it's much better.
Yeah. Chris Carter is 0 for 2, but he got an RBI on that FC in the 4th inning, that fielder's choice play. He drove in Corcoran on that ground ball to Arenado, and he reached first base on it.
Well, I want to hear your thoughts.
In the beginning, it was more interesting than it has been in recent years.
Yeah, I think that's fair. You think it's good for New York, and LA, and
yes.
Chicago?
Good way to put it. Good way to put it. It is for those markets, yes. Baltimore, Washington.
But when you manufacture rivalries, and they may not be, at least at the time you're talking about, great baseball matchups, they come up shy.
Atlanta, Toronto would fit into that category. Another good one, San Francisco Open.
Yeah.
Backhanded Arenado with the long throw. Gets Carter. No runs, a hit, and a man left after 6. It's tied at 1. Top of the 7th coming. We'd like to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids. That's every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience. Step up, slugger. Take your cut.
That's really what it's all about, and get those kids involved in this game early, and you got fans for life.
School should be out pretty soon, Ash. What do you hear about that?
If I were a student, I'd be clamoring. That's all I can say.
Oh yeah, let's go to the ballpark more often. Those patriotic T-shirts, very nice look.
Where did you go as a kid?
I went to the ballpark. I didn't go to school.
That I knew. I want to know which ballpark.
Oh, okay. De La Rosa and Lyles with similar pitching lines. Kansas City. Municipal Stadium in Kansas City.
Beautiful.
Were you ever there?
No, never saw it. I only got to see Kauffman in just one of the gorgeous stadiums in baseball.
Yeah. Willeen Rosario leads it off. He's 1 for 2. So those pitching lines just really close so far. There's ball 1. 6 hits for the Rockies. One of those a Tulowitzki first inning single. This will be the 100th pitch for Lyles. Wesley Wright is warming up in the bullpen. Yep. Municipal Stadium. You had to really pay somebody to watch your car. It was not in a very good neighborhood. If you wanted to be sure that you'd have tires that were functioning coming out of there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Don't bring the brand new purchase to the ballpark, huh?
No. The attendance today is 11,974. And of course, for you, it was historic Chavez Ravine, Dodger Stadium.
Dodger Stadium, yeah. Of course, I also had the opportunity to go out to Anaheim.
Popped up. Corcoran back. And, oh, it pops out of his mitt. That was a tough play right up against that barrier. But he got a mitt on it and just couldn't hold it. Oh, so close to an out.
Really gauged this one right. Might have had another step he could have taken to come into the screen right there.
There's a ledge right here.
See how he was just shy as he started kind of leaning, falling toward the ledge.
Ruled no play by the official score. Ground ball, and Cedeno goes to his right. Good strong throw. Gets Rosario 1 out.
And now time for our pitch by pitch presented by Steel Dealers. We go to Yorvi Torrealba as Jordan Lyles really had to go to work breaking balls. Finally gets the swing and the miss. In on the hands, it's pulled foul. There's your slider trying to put him away, and now the curveball gets it done. Jordan Lyles has all the pitches, and after yielding that run back in the first inning, he's tightened it up well.
Now Torrealba is 0 for 2. Inside for ball 1. Well, there's a buzz about that Mets-Yankees game tonight because Matt Harvey will be pitching for the Mets against the Yankees.
He is a buzz maker.
Yeah. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Lyles just missing away with that one. He falls behind now 3-0 on Yorvi Torrealba with LeMahieu on deck.
How much do you get into this whole WAR rating thing?
Oh, I love WAR.
Do you? Okay. Well, Matt Harvey in the National League is ranked number 5 by who is it? BaseballReference.com. He's the 5 ranked WAR player, just a young pitcher with the Mets.
Well, the reason I like it is they're attempting to rate all players, you know, lumping pitchers in with position players to see who has the most impact on a team.
Well, it's intriguing because Clayton Kershaw, for example, in the National League is the leader in front of Joey Votto. So you've got a couple of the real stars in what they do back to back at the top of the list. The American League, Clay Buchholz leads, followed by Manny Machado and Dustin Pedroia.
Interesting. Popped up. Chris Carter comes over. That's out number 2.
Come join us Friday, June 14th for our next big and bright Friday night. The Astros take on the Chicago White Sox at 7:10 p.m. 10,000 fans will receive a big and bright t-shirt. That's courtesy of the Methodist Hospital System. Stay after the game for a spectacular fireworks show. Presented by Marathon Oil. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your tickets today.
Two outs now, and here's LeMahieu with a grounder to the left side. Matt Dominguez takes it out, number 3. 110 pitches for Jordan Lyles through 7. It's a 1-1 game. Final game of the homestand. The Astros 3-4 on this homestand. So if they get the 2-game series sweep against the Rockies, they have a 4-4 record on this stand. Started out well, winning 2 out of 3 from Kansas City, but the Oakland Athletics swept the Astros in 3 straight. They bounced back with a win yesterday and trying to finish it off in a very good fashion here today for these fans on a Tuesday afternoon. Kind of rare to have a Tuesday afternoon game, Ash, on getaway day.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Well received, I'm sure, by the ball club. The Astros to be able to get out and get into Denver at a nice hour. Going to be some tough trips coming up. Coming back from Anaheim, a night game on the West Coast, and then coming back on the next trip from Seattle, another one of those night games. There is an off day following, but yeah, that's going to take an off day just to recoup.
Bottom of the 7th inning now, and it's Carlos Pena to lead it off. Pena has walked and bounced into a double play. Paredes and Dominguez to follow. As those kids settle in, the Astros tied it with a 4th inning run after the 1st inning tally by the Rockies off the bat of Tulowitzki. That was an infield hit, an RBI single. Pena walked in the 2nd, was thrown out trying to steal, and then in the 4th inning bounced into one of 2 double play balls for De La Rosa. Jordan Lyles has had 3 double play balls, and with his pitch count, he's probably finished for the day. The Astros have had Wesley Wright up earlier in the bullpen. That's ball 1 to Pena.
Heck of a turnaround on the day for Jordan Lyles after that 1st inning run, and it could have been worse, but a nice job to battle out, and then struggling throwing strikes for a few innings early on, but to wind up getting that kind of a day, 7 innings of work and 1 run allowed, that's well done.
1 ball, 1 strike. In fact, against this top-ranked offense in the National League, the Rockies leading in runs scored, leading in total bases, and in slugging percentage. Bud Norris held them to 2 runs in 7 innings yesterday, and Jordan Lyles has gone 7 innings and given up 1 run today.
Walt Weiss, like so many managers, wondering for the time being what's gone on with that top-ranked offense.
In the dirt for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Good back-to-back starts by Norris and Lyles.
Yeah, I think Bud can be very proud of his last outing.
Tomorrow night it's Eric Bedard and Tyler Chatwood. 7 o'clock for Astros pregame live tomorrow night. That's a strike to make it 2 balls 2 strikes.
But Norris yesterday, he had his early struggles. Got himself a chance for a double play there and made a rough throw for Castro to deal with. Got up and got the rebound. And Bud Norris had some smiles, and deservedly so. He pitched well.
Pena started the bat. The check swing call goes against him. Lance Barrett with a call, and he's strikeout victim number 3.
With that side view, you can always tell from there, does the bat go on through the plate? And I think it's an obvious yes at that point.
Jimmy Paredes hit the ball hard on a line to center field. It was caught in the 3rd inning. Then he bounced back to the mound in the 5th. In the other day game, Atlanta got a run in the 10th and won at Toronto 7-6. Corey Gear in the winner. Craig Kimbrell getting save number 16 in that one. And strike 1. Yesterday, Colby Rasmus played against his brother Corey Rasmus, a pitcher for Atlanta, and Colby got a hit off him.
That is not good for the holiday family celebrations.
Oh. That's tap foul on the curveball. It's 0-2 to Jimmy Paredes. There was a doubleheader at Arizona with the Texas Rangers yesterday, so those 2 clubs will have the day off today.
Did they play as many innings as we did?
No, well, they played more, but the Rangers lost both ends. So the Astros actually picked up a game and a half in the standings yesterday. They went from 18 games back to 16 and a half with their win and the double Rangers loss. 1 ball 2 strikes. In the dirt, and it's 2-2. So Arizona won that one 5-3 and 5-4 from Texas in the Twin Bill sweep. Wesley Wright once again is at work, and it appears that he will be the man on the mound in the 8th inning. It'll be switch hitting Fowler, then Arenado, then lefty hitting Gonzalez due up for the Rockies in the 8th. Miles has given his club a great opportunity here. Foul back, and even though Bud Norris did that same thing yesterday, did not get the victory, that went to Paul Clemens. Without that strong start, it's just been very difficult for the Astros this year. They play so much better, as does just about any team, with a very strong game with their starting pitcher. That's where it all centers. When the Astros get a quality start, and there could be better stat than that, their record is 7-8 in those 15 games. Foul back. I kind of like that stat that you're looking at carefully. The game score stat for a starting pitcher this year. That's better than a quality start, really, if you can figure out what's about the norm.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you have to be able to take that number and understand maybe what it means in terms of the strength of the start itself. ESPN puts it on their box scores if you're intrigued.
Paredes works it to a 3-2 count now. De La Rosa is close to 100 pitches, 97 as you see there. Cubs and White Sox will be playing tonight in Chicago at US Cellular. Angels and Dodgers play later tonight at Dodger Stadium. Foul ball. Well, you said you saw some games in Anaheim as a kid growing up. You would be there again in just a few days.
I think it's a great venue. It's changed a lot through the years, and I didn't see that many games as a kid there. Mostly it was Dodger Stadium, but it's a wonderful venue for a ball game. They draw well. They've had terrific support. Fans tend to come out in their red shirts, very much like in St. Louis.
Well, the Dodgers won last night over the Angels 8-7. Paredes takes a walk. That's the 4th walk of the season for Paredes.
Haven't been a lot of those winning lines for the Dodgers this year.
No. Second base on balls for De La Rosa. He's also hit 2 batters. He kind of wanted that call to go the other way. Now Matt Dominguez with the speedy Paredes on at first. Jimmy 1 for 3 in steals. Dominguez has grounded to first and hit a fly ball to left. Now that Dodger Angel freeway series very interesting because of how those teams have struggled. Some people in the media are calling that the payroll series. That's ball 1.
They have spent a lot of money between those two clubs.
Boy.
Wow. That's good.
Diminishing returns too, huh?
It's downright awful.
Well, let's see. Right now the Dodgers are 7.5 games back. They're in last place in the NL West. They're 21-28. And the Angels are 23-28. They're 8.5 back in the AL West.
As investments go, not so good.
That's a strike to Dominguez. That evens the count at 1-1 to Matt. With Ronnie Cedeno on deck.
By the way, the Diamondbacks are not hosting a game today in Arizona.
I think that's because they played that doubleheader yesterday.
And I was going to ask you, do you have any idea what that was all about?
No. Still don't know why that was a day-night doubleheader in interleague play. Matt Belisle's warming up for the Rockies. There's a shot on the line. Kadire in right. Sticks up his gloved hand, and it's out number 2. And Cedeno comes up for the 3rd time.
A couple of hits on his day. Ronnie Cedeno legs one out. This maybe a little too much time taken at third base as he gets the base hit and then shoots one through the hole on the left side. So Ronnie Cedeno, who doesn't get a lot of starts at shortstop, takes advantage with a start today. He's done well against left-hand pitching.
That's exactly why he's in there. With good results at .318 batting average. Cedeno came into this game hitting .438 against lefties, and now 2 for 2 today gives him 16 hits in 34 at bats. So currently above .500 against southpaws. Marwin Gonzalez is a switch hitter. Marwin is hitting .278 as a right-handed batter. Nothing wrong with that. But when you've got a .500 hitter, that's a pretty automatic start for him.
A lot of raves coming for Jonathan Villar, young shortstop in the Astros minor league system. That said, defensively, Marwin Gonzalez has made some terrific plays. A pair, 2 or 3 of them yesterday.
Yeah.
He's really done a job on that defensive side.
Matt Belisle pitched in yesterday's game. He worked 1 inning through only 12 pitches. 101 pitches now. We have it at 103 for De La Rosa. That's a strike, and that makes it 1-1 for Cedeno. So it's 3 straight good starts now for Jordan Lyles. And he could still be the winning pitcher if the Astros can take a lead here. Throw goes over to first.
Wow, that is a borderline at very best step toward first base. Left-handers get all the breaks.
Yeah, they just kind of get their way, don't they?
That's the way it is in life.
Foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You know, they've been unfairly labeled, though, as being odd and different and quirky.
You're going to go with unfairly on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
There have been a lot of very normal people who've been left-handed pitchers.
Walt Weiss was right-handed. Very normal fella. Swung from both sides, right?
Yeah, he did. Boy, he was just a good glove man. Fouled away. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Can you think of any left-handed pitchers who were just kind of out there compared to
weren't?
Who were?
Or just kind of out there.
Or would you say most of them were kind of out
there? There were a few that certainly fit into that category. I don't want to name names.
Wouldn't be prudent.
Well, yeah, I certainly met some that qualified as lefties.
In the dirt. Whoa, Paredes started to take off, then he went diving back to first. 2-2.
We mentioned the name of Jim DeShays earlier in the day. We certainly miss him, but Jim was he was one of the real suave together left-handers.
Yeah.
And I guess by saying that, then you say that other guys maybe weren't quite that together.
Well, check out that 85 draft. Walt Weiss was 11th. Boy, some guys who had great long-term careers came from that draft. Larkin, Bonds.
Will Clark could really hit.
Oh, he could.
Barry Larkin, a Hall of Famer.
Runner goes. That's foul. Well, it was always fun when Will Clark and the Giants would come to Houston, because it was a good feel to that rivalry, and Will was from Louisiana, so he knew what baseball was all about in this part of the country. Or Mississippi, right? Mississippi.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Will Clark made that final out in the no-hitter that Mike Scott twirled to clinch the division, 1986. And I can see it in my sleep sometimes. A pitch that Scotty threw, it got a lot of plate, and it was up a bit and somehow turned into a ground ball to first base, a routine out. But I had visions of that pitch being hit.
And Will was from Mississippi State, as I recall.
Yeah.
Hit his first home run off Nolan Ryan.
Crushed it in the Astrodome.
So that's where it all started, and he became a real Astros nemesis, in addition to a nemesis of many teams.
Nolan might tell you the ball was carrying well that day.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Jared Cosart will pitch for Oklahoma City tonight against Omaha. That game is at Chickasaw Bricktown Ballpark in Oklahoma City. Strikeout number 4 ends it in the Astros 7th inning. We go to the 8th, and it's tied 1-1.
Inside the Lines is brought to you by Scotch Blue Painter's Tape. Scotch Blue. See what you can do. And take a look at the fine defense. Ronnie Cedeno may be leading the pack as he made that fine grab on a pop fly and then completes a double play firing to the plate. They get another double play. More routinely, though, Cedeno tries to run it to first base. Hot shot on the left side, diving stop by Dominguez, and then he relies on the pick by Chris Carter, who's made a couple of nice picks, throws in the dirt today, so the defense has been stellar for the Stros.
Now Wesley Wright comes out of the Houston bullpen in this 1-1 game to work the 8th inning. In 25 games, he's 0-1. His ERA is 3.98. He gets the top of the order, and Dexter Fowler, the switch hitter, now moves around to bat right-handed. Wesley's given up 27 hits in his work so far this year. Fowler has 2 walks. And the first pitch to him is ball 1. Fowler scored a first inning run. He drew a walk leading off the game. He's hit .308 against lefties. But much better than that since April 23rd. He takes that pitch and it's a ball. Lyles threw 110 pitches. 68 were strikes. In his 7 innings of work, he allowed the Rockies 6 hits and 1 run, walking 3, fanning 3, had 3 double plays. Showing bunt, Fowler takes it. That's a strike, and it's 2-1 for Wesley Wright. He pitched twice in the Oakland series, twice in the Kansas City series, so he's been a busy guy on this homestand, and that's been the pattern throughout this entire season for this lefty, with 26 appearances as of this one. That's in for a strike. That evens the count at 2-2, and Hector Ambrose is warming up for the Astros. Wesley gave up a run on 2 hits in that game with Oakland on Saturday, the 11-5 Oakland win. Now it's a full count to Fowler. Fowler has walked 26 times this year. Astros relievers are 4-12 with a 4.83 ERA. That's in the air, and the center fielder Brandon Barnes tracks it back to right center. 1 out for Wesley Wright. Let's go to Layla.
Well, Bill, you are no stranger to what Colorado can do to a bullpen, and that is why Bo Porter said part of the reason was that he decided to call up Brad Peacock. He said with the 12-inning game yesterday and them going to Colorado, then followed by games in Anaheim, he needed more bullpen, and he said you can never have too much pitching and you can never have too much hitting at that ballpark. So just some anticipation there for the upcoming road trip.
So Brad Peacock is back as a reliever. Recall from Oklahoma City, replacing Robbie Grossman, who was optioned to Oklahoma City after the game yesterday. Nolan Arenado takes ball 1.
Just a reminder, you can never have too much cowbell.
Ooh. Fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
A skit from Saturday Night Live that lives forever.
Well, it's been great getting those updates on this homestand from Layla Rahimi. And now Julia is ready to rejoin the crew for this road trip starting after the game today. She came up to say hello today. She's all packed and ready for another trip. She just got back from Japan, and she's pictured there in a Japanese newspaper. And there's her friend Matt Clark, the first baseman for the Chunichi Dragons, as she was watching his exploits in Japanese baseball for the last few days.
And there's her dismembered floating head.
That's a little too much analysis right there.
That is something else, isn't it?
It is hilarious. I mean, Julie has a great sense of humor, but that's funny stuff.
That's a strikeout looking for out number 2.
I love how they actually included the earrings, though, but managed to take out the neck.
Yeah, they have her hair and her earrings, but no neck.
It really makes me want to see what other graphics come up in Japanese newspapers now, because that is priceless.
Well, that's definitely a keeper for her scrapbook. And maybe she could make up a large poster of that for her room. Here's Carlos Gonzalez. He's 1 for 3. Well, Layla, you might not remember. Well, you might. You've studied baseball an awful lot. You might know about this guy. There was a player back with the White Sox and other teams, and his nickname was No Neck. Walt No Neck Williams.
I played with him.
You played with Walt
in Cleveland.
Well, that was a pretty good nickname. He didn't really have a neck, did he?
I don't think that's
technically
physically possible.
No.
But he didn't have a long neck. Let's put it that way. It was short. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm still laughing at the reference you guys made earlier to Mud Grant, who I used to work with. That was hilarious.
Mud Grant. Mark Grant, what a great guy. He pitched for the Astros, but Ash was never his battery mate.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
No.
1 and 2. And we won't see him all season long unless somebody gets traded here, because he's with the Padres.
I want you to know I did play with Mudcat Grant, though.
Okay.
Now that I'm happy to hear about.
Well, thanks. So I've got my Mudcat Grant and No Neck Williams, Walt No Neck Williams references in today.
This is a good day.
And Gonzalez strikes out. That's a very good 8th inning for Wesley Wright in 1-2-3 fashion. 2 punch outs. Julian Morales all packed and ready to go, but he's going nowhere. It's 1-1.
Tied at 1. The Astros Foundation presents Picnic in the Park Sunday, June 16. Join the Astros on the field after the 1:10 game. Bring your beret for a player autograph session, free picnic blanket, and a terrific cookout. Get your tickets today by calling 713-259-8851 or email picnic@astros.com. Bill Brown, Alan Ashby, I'm dying to see that top hat make the road trip.
We need that hat on the road trip. I think Ash would be the person to break it out, too.
Ash could wear the top hat.
Well, you know, the way the hair's going lately, I probably would do the world a favor wearing one. I don't own one, though.
No, we'll get you one. Brandon Barnes leads it off here against Matt Belisle on in relief of Jorge De La Rosa. De La Rosa with a good day of it. In 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, walking 2, fanning 4, hitting 2 batters. Belisle worked a hitless inning yesterday. He's walked 7, fanned 22 in 27 1/3 innings. He's from Austin, Texas. Barnes takes his first pitch, and it's ball 1. And Belisle, since 2010, has pitched 252 games, more than any other pitchers in the major leagues. Altuve and Corcoran to follow. Belisle's 32 years old. It's 2-0 for Matt. Came up with the Braves, but he was traded to Cincinnati in 03 for Kent Merker. That's a strike, and it's 2-1 to Brandon Barnes. Jose Veras warming up for Houston. 6 hits for Colorado, 5 for Houston. The Astros had the only error. Foul back. 2-2.
This has the feel of another extra inning game, Browning.
It does.
I think you're angling in that direction.
Well, yes. Definitely has that feel to it. Been pretty quiet offensively most of the day. Pitchers have been in some trouble, but 2 double plays by the Rockies, 3 double plays by the Astros. So not too many threats the last several innings here. In the air and on the infield. Todd Helton is looking up. That's 1 out.
Kevin Eschenfelder brings the heat with special guests and in-depth analysis on Sports Talk Live every night at 5 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Kevin is preparing his show right now to that dramatic music. That gets him in a mood to go on the air. Jose Altuve is 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch. But what kind of a show is it going to be? You know, Kevin's got to wait and see how this game goes. He's got his guests lined up. 5 o'clock, we'll find out. Altuve with a ground ball. Tulowitzki. 2 outs. And now Carlos Corcoran will follow. Carlos is 1 for 2. He was hit by a pitch.
Getting these ball games where it feels like scoring a run can become the most difficult feat in the history of mankind.
You guys ought to break out the berets on the road trip, Ash.
You know what? I've got to do some more shopping. I'm realizing that I'm horribly deficient in some areas of my life.
It's a nice look with Jason Castro and the guys. Bud Norris.
It is.
On that promo.
I didn't notice, was Orbit wearing a beret?
Orbit does wear a beret when he wants to paint, but
that's it.
That can be pretty rare. When you guys are on the road, Orbit does some painting.
He's freshened this place up. Looks great.
Isn't that a requirement of people who wear berets? They must be able to paint.
A little. I think it is actually. Yeah.
1-1.
That's not a beret.
No.
So he really does go out on a limb when he does his painting.
Yes. Okay. And it had better be a very large limb. Foul away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Lucas Harrell had his attire really tightened up on that one.
Lucas is not afraid to take a chance. There's the stylish beret of Jason Castro.
You know, I haven't seen him wear that on the road at all.
No, not yet. Okay.
Nope. But maybe that's the reason he is now Player of the Week.
You know he gets a watch for that?
So when you're Player of the Week, apparently you need to be able to tell time a little more accurately.
Yes, you get an engraved watch courtesy of Game Time, the leader in licensed sports watches. Bouncer Troy Tulowitzki on over to first. It's a 1-2-3 8th inning. The 9th inning is just about upon us, and Justin Maxwell has his beret on. It's a rally cap. It's 1-1. Astros head to Denver for Game 3 of this 4-game set with the Rockies. Astros pregame live starts at 7 o'clock only on Comcast Sports Net.
And now let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching matchup, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. You see that Eric Bedard takes his stuff into Coors Field in Denver. He will try to pick up his first win, 0-2 on the year, 5.68 Derny. He'll be opposed by Tyler Chatwood, 3-0 with a 1.90 ERA. On paper, that would seem to favor the Rockies, but as they say so many times, you don't play it on paper.
If you did, how would it play out for you tomorrow night?
Well, I'm gonna have to get a large slab of paper to get that thing done.
Yeah.
Number one, Eric Bedard's been pitching better of late, and we'd like to consider him going out there and being able to match what he's been doing.
Jose Veras is in this game. He's 0-3 with a 4.29 ERA, 8 for 11 in saves, coming in with a score tied here in the ninth. And it'll be Tulowitzki, Kadire, and Helton due up for the Rockies. Veras in yesterday's game had a hitless frame. He threw 12 pitches. He came in with a tie score in the ninth, as he is today. It was 2-2. And he had a strikeout, no walks in yesterday's clean inning. That's out to right center field. A long run here for Barnes. Barnes tracking it deep. It bounces, kicks off the bullpen fence, and drops straight down for a leadoff double by Tulowitzki. That's his 13th two-base hit, and the Rockies have an excellent start here in the ninth.
Love to know at what rate Major League teams score when they get the leadoff double. Everybody always feels like you absolutely should get on the board when you get that leadoff two-bagger. Tulowitzki's just a heck of a player, and that bat with lots of pop in it.
Well, that should be a very high percentage of scoring innings. Leadoff double. That's his 13th double. But Michael Kadire, who's batting now, led off the 4th inning with a double, and they didn't score in that inning. They had the bases loaded, nobody out against Jordan Lyles. He struck out Torrealba, got LeMahieu on a 4-6-3 double play. Kadire's 2 for 3. Breaking pitch comes in for strike one to Kadire. Josh Outman, a lefty. Rafael Betancourt, a righty. The closer are warming up for the Rockies. The Astros have Martinez, Carter, and Pena due up in the bottom of the ninth. He chased one, and it's 0-2 to Kadire. Betancourt, number 63, is the closer, and there's Outman alongside him. Veras was on a run of no-hit performances. He had 7 in a row, 7 appearances, 7 innings, no hits, until he got the blown save against Oakland, coming in with a 2-run lead in the 9th inning and losing that game over the weekend. This one gets by Corcoran, and that will mean the advance to third of Tulowitzki. A very big play here in a tie game in the 9th. Runner at third, nobody out.
And now what it amounts to the leadoff triple, and that is really hard to shut down.
It'll be a wild pitch for Veras.
Breaking ball in the dirt. A little bit of a flinch right there by Carlos Corcoran. Always want to try to center up on that ball.
First wild pitch for Veras. Now the infield has to come in. Line into left field, and the Rockies have a 2-1 lead. Kadire went out and hooked it over the third baseman Dominguez for his 3rd straight hit. That's his 30th run batted in for Michael Kadire, and the Rockies are up 2-1.
You talked about those 3 guys in particular in the middle of this order, 3, 4, 5, Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, and Kadire, and they are a bat swinging bunch. And then you factor in Todd Helton, who once upon a time was one of the game's elites. Going up big time, but can't quite get there. The base running there at third base by Tulowitzki, freezing, even leaning back to the bag, making sure he didn't get doubled up.
Todd Helton looks at ball one. Helton's 0 for 2 with a walk. Well, Veras had a couple of walks and then gave up a 3-run homer to Chris Young of Oakland over the weekend. Now the runner goes. There's a swing and a fly ball. JD Martinez with the catch. 1 out with Kadire retracing his steps. And now Walt Weiss is going to try to get more working room for Rafael Betancourt, his closer. The runner was going on that pitch, and you'll have Rosario coming up next. He's 1 for 3. 8 hits for the Rockies, 5 for the Astros. The Astros had the only error. Rockies are trying to gain a split of this 2-game series before moving back home. Rosario singled to left in the 4th inning. In the air to center. Barnes waiting. Here's the tag by Kadire. He'll just force a throw into the infield on out number 2.
Create memories, save money, and have fun with Astros baseball. No matter what your special event will create an experience your group is sure to remember. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit Astros.com to find out more.
They watch from a suite. It's a 1-run game. And it's Torrealba. He's 0 for 3. Torrealba first came to the big leagues in 0-1 with the Giants. He looks at ball 1 from Veras. He's been with 4 playoff teams, including the Rangers in 2011. And on 2 World Series clubs. He was with the 07 Rockies when they went to the World Series against Boston, and the Texas Rangers in 11. Go to first. Rockies lost 2 of 3 in San Francisco before coming here, so that gives them a 1-3 record on this road trip. Misses with that one. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. And for the Rockies, interleague play is not going well. They won 2 and lost 5. Walt Weiss's club down through the years at Minute Maid Park has won 12 and lost 30. In the air, and that will go back into the seats. Hit one of those girders. Came back on the field, actually. 2 balls and a strike.
It's been a while since I have seen that happen here. If the ball hits a girder in fair territory, it's a fair ball, right?
Yes, it's in play.
So apparently this hit that string of girders that is down the left field side in foul territory.
It's never, to my knowledge, hit anything on the roof above the field of play in fair territory. Hit many times over foul territory. But someday it'll probably happen. Runner takes off. Here's the throw from Corcoran to Altuve. Safe. Stolen base for Kadire, his 4th of the year in 5 tries.
Corcoran did all he could. Unleashed a pretty darn good throw. Kadire not a real base stealer generally speaking, but does a nice job here in picking one. That's a very nice quick release and puts the throw where it can be handled. Yeah, you really can't ask more of a catcher than that.
Really close too. A 3-1 pitch. Evans makes the count 3-2 now with LeMahieu on deck. The Astros had really difficult times at Mile High Stadium when they first started going there, and the Rockies have had similar problems winning in this ballpark. That's a walk to Torrealba, and it brings up LeMahieu. Fourth walk for Astros pitching today. So they're down by 1 now, and if Veras can get LeMahieu, who's 0 for 3, they bring Martinez, Carter, and Pena up in the bottom of the 9th inning. Veras wants Corcoran to come out.
I don't know if we're dealing with a sign scenario here, or maybe just some information on a guy that Veras is not familiar with.
Next homestand will be brief. 3 games with the Baltimore Orioles. That's ball 1 to LeMahieu. Chris Davis has been an early season sensation for Baltimore. Birds will be here June 4th, 5th, and 6th. That'll be a Tuesday, Wednesday with 7:10 night games. Those games, and a Thursday afternoon game at 1:10 on the 6th. And now it's a 2-ball, no strike count.
Nick Markakis, another very fine player for the Orioles. Right fielder, throws well, swings an outstanding left-handed bat. J.J. Hardy, power hitting shortstop, and a very steady fielder.
He won the Fielding Bible Award last year at shortstop in the American League. That's in for a strike.
And lest we forget, Manny Machado, who's playing a whale of a third base right now.
Boy, he is.
Second-year player.
Manny Machado, coming into today, was tied for the hits lead in the American League with Miguel Cabrera with 75 hits.
If you're hanging out in the same neighborhood as that guy, you're doing really well.
Boy. Chris Davis is the home run leader with 16. Fastball in for a strike. And it's 2-2 to LeMahieu. Hector Ambrose warming up for the Astros. Chris Davis is second in total bases. That Baltimore club, of course, a playoff team last year. And big things were expected coming into this season. They've been right in the thick of the AL East in the early going. Currently 3.5 behind front-running Boston in the AL East. Swing and a miss, and Veras comes back to get the strikeout on LeMahieu. But Colorado breaks the 1-1 tie with 1 run, 2 hits, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 9th. It's 2-1 Rockies. Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. 2-1 lead for the Rockies. We go on a hot day to the bottom of the 9th inning. And it's been tight baseball with these two clubs yesterday and again today. Rockies just broke the tie with a 9th inning run on a single by Michael Kadire. Now they go to their closer, Rafael Betancourt, with 10 saves this season. And a 197 batting average against him, Ash.
Been in 20 games. ERA at 2.55. Pitched quite well. Guy that at times in the past has been guilty of really taking a long time to deliver pitches. That whip indicates base runners have been kept down to a minimum.
Well, his road ERA 5.40 leaves room for improvement.
35 and 30 lifetime, the one-loss record. Of course, that record for a closer you can throw out the window.
Betancourt just turned 38. He had 10 straight saves to open the season, but then he got his first blown save of the year at San Francisco 3 days ago. Gave up that walk-off inside the park homer to Angel Pagan in the 10th inning. He had to leave a game on the 21st of May against Arizona after 2 pitches. Had some tightness in the right groin area. J.D. Martinez has 2 of the Astros' 5 hits, a single and a double. He struck out then his 3rd time up in the 6th inning against Jorge De La Rosa. Third baseman Arenado just inside the line. Carter and Pena due to follow Martinez to the plate here in the Astros' 9th inning. The Astros got their first walk-off win of the season yesterday in the 12th. The power arm type situation late in the game for the Rockies bullpen. Most teams can say that. Strike 1 for Betancourt. Last year Betancourt had 31 saves in 38 opportunities. He became the 8th Rockies reliever to have at least 30 saves in a season.
Striking out right at 1 per inning.
It's there for a strike, and it's 0-2 to J.D. Martinez.
Not sure what you're looking for as you step up there to start the 9th inning. A couple of fastballs to start it.
Rockies relievers have an ERA of 2.96. We saw lefty Rex Brothers yesterday. Matt Belisle pitched yesterday and today.
The high heat, or at least the intention. 3 straight fastballs taken. That's kind of curious.
And a strikeout looking for Betancourt.
Rockies didn't even want this pitch to be that close. They were trying to leave it well off the outside corner, but Betancourt missed back to the plate.
Strikeout number 5 for the Rockies today. Matt Belisle had a 1-2-3-8 with the pop up at 2 grounders. Chris Carter has the Astros RBI. That was on a fielder's choice play. He's 0 for 3. Carlos Pena's on deck. Carter takes it. It's ball 1 from Betancourt. Betancourt last year was in 60 games. He's from Venezuela. He had been an infielder. He was converted to pitching in '97. Came up with Cleveland and pitched for the Tribe from 03 through 08. Traded in 09 to the Rockies. Foul back. 1-1 to count.
Watching velocities, his stuff is not really the caliber of the blow hitters away type closer, and yet he's been getting the job done.
Well, they had better strikeout numbers a couple of years ago. In 2010, he struck out 89 in 62 innings, and that was the 2nd best strikeout ratio per 9 innings in the majors. That's there for a strike, and it's 1-2.
Certainly spotting that fastball in the strike zone.
He sure is. Well, his walk to strikeout numbers have been off the charts. In 2010, 8 walks and 89 strikeouts. 2011, 8 walks and 73 strikeouts. Last year, 12 walks, 57 strikeouts for Betancourt. In the dirt. And it's 2-2 to Carter. Betancourt has allowed 1 home run in 18 innings. That was that inside the park job. Carter fouls it back. Carter's last long ball was May 12th against Texas. 45 at bats ago. Carlos Pena's on deck. Astros are 5-10 in 1-run games. The Rockies are 6-8. Foul back. Still 2-2. Betancourt went to Japan in '99 before returning to the Red Sox the next year. Struck him out. 2 outs. As we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And let's take a look at the starting pitcher, Jordan Lyles.
He was good. He struggled back in the first inning, battled out, managed to allow just the 1 run. And once he got through that point of the ball game, he settled in. First 3-4 innings, struggled with the strike zone a bit. But it got better and better as the day went on. That's 3 straight fine starts now for Jordan Lyles.
2 outs now, and Carlos Pena steps up. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Three for 9 with a double and a homer, and 4 walks against Betancourt. Bounces the breaking pitch, and you checking with a home plate umpire, Tim McClellan, on that. And he called him for a swing on it. 0-1. Rockies lost 98 games last year, and they went out to prove, and did so with a good month of April. This was a brand new season under a new skipper, Walt Weiss. Only 2 Astros have reached second base. It was back in the 4th inning for both. Now a 1-ball 1-strike count for Betancourt. Fly ball to center field. Fowler moving in for it. And the Rockies gain a split of this 2-game series. Betancourt nailing it down as they score a 9th inning run to give Belisle the win. Final score, Rockies 2, Astros 1 today.